This morning, new questions about the suspect arrested in connection to the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting, how it seems he managed to escape legal supervision. And the confirmation hearing date has once again been set for Acting Police Commissioner Worley. Coming up, the upcoming community events he's taking part in.
Our temperatures starting off mild this morning, even warm, but we've got cooler numbers on the way for the afternoon. We'll talk about it.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday, August 22nd. I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at our forecast here as we enter a new day. How's it going, Justin?
Not too bad, Meg. We're talking about temperatures that are going to be a little bit on the cooler side by the time we head toward the afternoon. Our live cam here in Towson, obviously dark still this morning. Looking at numbers that are mild, and look at that, 78 in Baltimore City, 79 in Annapolis, mid-70s for Westminster and Bel Air. So your mild and muggy morning turning into some drier air that's moving in for the afternoon and cooler afternoon temperatures as well. Yard and gardening cast out and about here in the next couple of hours as the sun comes up. Should be good to go this morning, even as we head toward the afternoon with numbers rising to the mid-80s. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. This morning, in a city in crisis, Fox 45 News is pushing lawmakers on how they're holding violent teenagers accountable. This comes as we're learning the 18-year-old charged in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting has been denied bail. Tristan Jackson facing more than 50 charges, including 7 counts of attempted first-degree murder. And it seems that Jackson managed to escape supervision the day of this city's largest mass shooting, turning up on the other side of town.
They may allow you to be outside your house, but they don't allow you to be all the way on the other side of town.
Was wearing an ankle bracelet and being supervised by the Department of Juvenile Services on the night that Brooklyn block party erupted in gunfire. The terms of his supervision are still unclear, but what is clear, according to those working in the system, is that juveniles are often closely monitored.
A lot of times monitors will give people, especially juveniles, multiple chances to come into compliance and to report.
Coming up at 5 o'clock, we will have more on the controversy behind the arrest in connection to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. We will have live team coverage with Olivia Dance and Shannon Lilly on the demands for juvenile accountability. To address juvenile crime, state lawmakers will hold a hearing next month. It's not a special session and cannot be used to enact new laws or change existing ones. Governor Wes Moore telling Fox 45 News he will not be calling a special session. That does bring us to our question of the day. Is the General Assembly responsible for the spike in juvenile crime? So far, looking at the responses, 96% of those who have responded say yes. You can make your voice heard by going to foxbaltimore.com. The City Council adopts a resolution to honor the staff at MedStar Harbor Hospital and Shock Trauma for their response to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting, saying they worked heroically to save lives. The City Council also made the decision to hold confirmation hearings for Acting Commissioner Richard Worley and Fire Chief James Wallace on September 21st. Acting Police Commissioner Worley's hearing was originally scheduled for last week, but it was postponed. Worley is holding a number of public meetings to hear feedback from the community this month. The next one is today. City Councilman Eric Costello introducing a bill that would require BGE to obtain a permit of consent from homeowners to install gas meters or regulators on private property. The bill is in response to the ongoing legal battle between BGE and several residents over external gas regulators.
This bill would ban the installation of external gas regulators on any property structure in the city with 5 or less dwelling units, so as to not conflict with the Flower Branch Act passed by the General Assembly in 2021. We have heard the concerns from neighborhoods across our entire city, not just historic neighborhoods, but all neighborhoods. And it has been our position that BG has not provided appropriate justification as to why external regulators are necessary from a safety perspective.
The councilman promised to introduce this bill earlier this month after a city council hearing on the external gas regulators. Hundreds of city residents are signed on to a lawsuit to stop the project, citing safety and transparency concerns. A judge will hear the case next month. Mayor Brandon Scott and Councilman James Torrance highlighting a bill that would support the city's re-entry efforts for people who served prison time. The Office of Returning Citizens is designed to get people back on their feet, to find housing and find work. Torrance says he grew up with incarcerated parents, and this is a personal priority.
This is deeper than just helping people. This is the collateral damage that we have from just one mistake. My mother's mistake was one thing that cost her 5 years away from me and my sister. But when she re-entered, she only had access to being a hairstylist. And from there, she had to navigate and live in public housing because she was relegated to just not family-sustaining wages. So for this, it's personal because if we're going to have a thriving Baltimore, we have to make sure every citizen in the city thrives as well.
This program already exists, and Torrance says City Council support will keep it going. Torrance cites similar efforts in cities like Boston and Washington, D.C., saying homicides went down after those programs were established. New details surface in the federal trial of former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. The next steps as jury selection inches closer. That's coming up after the break. And today we will feel cooler with temperatures only in the mid-80s. Still to come, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when the next weather maker moves in. And before we head to break, a live look at the roads with our Len Stoller Traffic Network. Pretty quiet out there right now. 4:36, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local.
.39 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast. Overall, not too bad. Still hanging on to some of the warmth that we had from yesterday. And as we look out over M&T Bank Stadium, all lit up nicely here this morning. Overall, in your morning drive, we're going to see those numbers stay mainly in the 70s. So maybe even needing the AC on early. But later this afternoon, good news is drier air and cooler temperatures are on the way. We'll talk more about that coming up in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Now to an update for you this morning. New court filings in the Marilyn Mosby federal trial claim her attorneys would be willing to speed up jury selection if that means the trial would be moved out of Baltimore. Mosby's defense team does not believe that she would get a fair trial in Baltimore, and they want to get the case moved to Greenbelt. Jury selection is set to begin October 31st. Mosby is facing 4 federal charges, 2 counts of perjury and 2 counts of making a false statement on a loan application. Mosby's team is expected to submit more filings tomorrow. Now, when it comes to the Maryland 529 savings accounts, families who saw their accounts depleted by an interest calculation error may finally be getting some closure. Yesterday, Maryland State Treasurer Derek Davis announcing the state will no longer use the existing manual interest calculation tool. Plus, the money has been restored into those accounts just in time for fall tuition payments. Affected families say this is a major step in the right direction.
When I look at this, it's like, all right, this is a good move. It means that we are moving into a more normal stage in this. Not everybody is addressed, but at least a good chunk of people are addressed in this.
If the correct amount is still not showing up in your account, the treasurer says a claims process will begin shortly. The first day of school is right around the corner, and to get prepared, Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. You can scan the QR code right there on your screen to check out all of the stories we have posted so far, or go to foxbaltimore.com/back-to-school-HQ. A deal might have been made with the American Airlines pilots. Coming up, what the recent contract approval means for the future of the company.
The long hangover. I'm Angela Brown in Washington, D.C. Bud Light still feeling the fallout from the Dylan Mulvaney ad campaign. The businessman now jumping into the controversy.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, an illegal immigrant let loose at the border, now charged with killing a little girl. We're going to break down the case this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It's 4:42. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, a local, in your consumer news, a businessman who is also a reality TV star is jumping into the Bud Light marketing controversy. The National Desk's Angela Brown explains.
You may know Kevin O'Leary from Shark Tank. The businessman now a traveling teacher, telling Fox and Friends he will be teaching at business schools across the country this fall on the Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light marketing campaign that he calls an extraordinary case.
So you spend hundreds of millions of dollars a year building up a brand, and then you have to ask yourself, on a campaign that really brings you into a discussion around gender identity, is that the right thing for my beer brand?
Anheuser-Busch InBev still feeling the fallout from their marketing campaign with transgender influencer Dylan Mulvaney. The brewing giant releasing this revenue report just days ago, citing revenue in the U.S. declining by 10.5% in the April to June period from a year ago, primarily due to the volume decline of Bud Light. Campus reform correspondent and business major Michael Duke says the class is needed.
As far as my courses go, I don't think we touch enough on target audiences, target markets, and I don't think that's something that's really focused on.
The Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light marketing campaign was polarizing. Some conservatives were calling for a boycott of Bud Light, while supporters of Dylan Mulvaney said the brand did not do enough to stand by her. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
All right, Angela, thank you. Some Facebook users have until Friday to file a claim to get their share of $1 million settlement. Facebook agreed to pay $725 million to settle a lawsuit alleging the social media company shared users' personal data without their permission. People who had a Facebook account at one point from May 24th of 2007 to December 22nd of 2022 could be eligible for a payout if they lived in the U.S. at that point. The amount of money each individual gets will be calculated once the number of eligible users who file their claims is calculated. American Airlines pilots approve a contract that includes a new pay raise. The airline says that it will help expand pilot training and will allow career advancement opportunities for more pilots. Their union, the Allied Pilots Association, says the new contract was approved by 73% of members who participated in the vote. The new contract will increase workers' pay by more than 40% over 4 years, and it is valued at $9.6 billion. They say this is a step toward restoring wages and benefits for pilots. Time now, 4:47 on this Tuesday morning, very early. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers and see how it's shaping up as the day moves forward.
Yeah, we're going to see drier air moving in, Magnite, that heat and humidity that we had yesterday. But we didn't get to a record. In fact, we stayed about 5 degrees shy of that. We only got to 92 for our high. But temperatures in the 80s is what we're looking at for today. And whoops, there's some stuff happening over camera one. Camera one's doing its own thing. We could probably just take graphics full, guys, and I can talk over it because I don't know what's going on with that camera. So either way, yeah, right. Looking outside from our downtown Baltimore camera, we've got mainly clear conditions out there, but it is definitely muggy. So some of that heat from yesterday is kind of sticking around. You're right now temperature at 78 degrees. That's a BWI Thurgood Marshall. So we're not going to get much warmer than this as we get into the afternoon today, but we'll actually cool down before we warm back up. So that winds out of the north about 9 to 15 miles an hour. The dew point hanging steady there at 70 degrees. But look what happens with the dew point for the afternoon. We're back to the mid-50s. And we keep those drier dew point temperatures into Wednesday as well. So we've got a couple of very nice dry days here. Thursday and Friday, though, temperatures are going to go back up, those dew point temps. So a lot more mugginess is going to be back with us. 70s here for the next couple of hours, out for a run or a jog. So you're definitely getting your sweat on early. And if you want to hit the golf course here this morning, about 9 a.m., we'll be back to the mid 70s, lower 80s through about noontime. And we'll see the mid 80s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. Should top out about 85. So after our muggy morning, the wind is going to pick up a bit today. Breezy and cooler for the afternoon with the sun coming up at 6:26 and going to bed at 7:52 tonight. Average high this time of year is 86, so we're going to be pretty close to that number for Baltimore City. A lot of us in the lower 80s for Westminster and Bel Air over to Cockeysville, 81 in Chestertown, 83 in Laurel. If you are heading down the ocean, numbers stay in the 70s for the next couple of afternoons. So some great beach weather as we get closer to the end of summertime. We know kids are going back to school next week. At least a lot of kids are. Our future scan looks like this. You can see our Tuesday afternoon with not much in the way of any cloud cover. We'll actually see that drier air mass that'll work in, and that ridge of high pressure that slides in on Wednesday will keep us mainly dry. Now, late Wednesday into Thursday, you can see that red line right there. That's going to be the warm front lifting up from the south to the north, and that's going to prompt a few showers, especially Thursday morning, and then a few off and on showers, possibly some storms into Thursday afternoon. So that's going to be our next weather maker, and a little unsettled weather right as we get the fair started. And then as we head into Friday, you'll see the potential of a few leftover showers, especially in the morning time, but should clear out and dry out nicely by Friday afternoon. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. Temperatures in the mid 80s today and tomorrow. We'll keep those 80s going into Thursday, and then lower 90s on Friday before we back off into the 80s for the weekend. Let's get a check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find no major delay. Looking good out there for travel on the Camden, Penn, and Brunswick lines of MARC. Light rail link, though, still dealing with that service disruption at Shuttle Bus Bridge between Lutherville and North Avenue due to maintenance. Allow time for travel on light rail link this morning. Out there on Metro Subway link, a good start. No delays reported between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Mark, thank you. We are in for the best days of summer. Another year of the Maryland State Fair begins this Thursday. Since 1879, the fair has boasted delicious food, incredible rides, tons of free entertainment, and animals galore. The fair will run over the next 3 weekends and will conclude on September 10th. Fox 45 News will be there, so make sure to stop by and say hello. New details rising in former President Trump's most recent federal indictment. After the break, where his campaign numbers sit despite recent legal troubles.
New data shows the biggest determining factor of how safe someone feels in a big city is not their gender or their socioeconomic status. I'm Kayla Gaskins, and coming up, we'll share what the biggest determining factor is.
Time now 4:51, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, gun-related deaths among children in the U.S. reaches a record high in 2021. New CDC data claims more than 4,700 kids died from firearms. That's up nearly 9% from 2020. Out of those deaths, 64% were homicides, 30% were suicides, and 3% were accidents. Roughly 85% of the 2021 victims were male and half were black. Now taking you live to Chicago here this morning as a new proposal to combat gang violence there is raising some eyebrows. A Chicago City Councilwoman is promoting a petition asking city gangsters to refrain from shooting guns at each other between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. If gang members agree, the idea is that fewer civilians would get caught in the crossfire. Proponents argue city officials need to start somewhere, even if it's just during daylight hours. Chicago led the nation in homicides last year. The biggest factor determining how safe you feel in a big city may be how someone votes at the ballot box. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins is joining us with new findings from Washington.
Sometimes perception can be more powerful than reality. A newly published poll from Gallup gauges how safe Americans believe big cities are. When it comes to cities Americans feel safest to live in or visit, Dallas and Boston top the list. Chicago and Detroit rounding out the bottom. Americans' views shifting since the last time Gallup asked the same question in 2006. Chicago, San Francisco, Minneapolis, and Seattle all taking the biggest hit in perceived safety over the time span. Conservative critics pointing out a common thread between the four. All elected progressive prosecutors in recent years.
Progressive district attorneys think they know better than their citizens how the law ought to be handled.
Voters fed up with rising crime in overwhelmingly Democratic San Francisco recalling their progressive prosecutor Chesa Boudin last year.
It's a steep learning curve. No one has solved the problems.
Boston complicating this argument. Even with a progressive prosecutor in office, it's seen as one of the country's safest cities.
Perception of crime is, at the end of the day, a polling statistic, so it can, vary depending on a lot of factors. But the fact that the progressive prosecutors are the uniform across the cities that performed lowly in the poll, I think says a lot.
According to Gallup, Republicans are driving the shifts in perception, viewing cities as increasingly unsafe as Democrats' views remain stable. But as scenes like this continue to happen, a gang of 50 shoplifters in LA stealing $100,000 worth of merchandise from a Nordstrom, Democrats increasing calls for law and order. In Washington, D.C., violent crime is up 38% from this time last year. Democratic Councilman Trayon White calling for the National Guard.
We are clearly in a war zone.
As these cities work to improve both the reality and perception of safety, many still struggle to keep enough police officers on the job. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
Thank you, Kayla. Now, when it comes to Georgia's election subversion case, former President Donald Trump is planning to surrender to authorities in the state on Thursday. Trump confirming his plans in a post on Truth Social last week. He, alongside 18 of his allies, were charged in trying to overturn the 2020 election results in the state. The former president's bond was set at $200,000. Trump and his co-defendants were given until this Friday to voluntarily surrender to Georgia authorities. Despite this legal trouble, former President Trump continues to grow his lead among Republican voters in the 2024 presidential race. In a new NBC News Des Moines Register Iowa GOP caucus poll, Trump has 42%. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is in second at 19%. Senator Tim Scott, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, and former Vice President Mike Pence rounding out the top five there. Qualifying candidates will debate for the first time tomorrow night. Trump is skipping the event. This morning, new questions about the suspect arrested in connection to the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. How it seems he managed to escape legal supervision.
Juvenile crime continues to be a major concern across the city and state. Just ahead, we press the mayor for the changes he wants to see.
Even though we're starting off mild and muggy this morning, we've got drier air in place for the afternoon and cooler temperatures. We'll break it down for you coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Tuesday, August 22nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
Tom Rogers, yeah. The Commanders won by 1 point.
And they were bragging.
Oh,
like
they acting
before
like
the
it's a
game.
real game.
Oh, we're going to break that streak, blah, blah, blah.
They're still like trying to figure out who their quarterback is. They finally figure out, they're like, what's his name again? They don't even know their quarterback's name, and he played.
Right, having to put in their starters to do whatever.
Whatevs, yeah.
All right, we've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the forecast.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Taking a look outside right now. Overall, we've got mild and muggy conditions out over the inner harbor at this time, and temperatures that are still hanging out in the 70s for most of us. Low to mid 70s for Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City. 74 Rosedale, 75 in Essex and Middle River. So a mild and muggy morning. Drier air is going to be moving in today, and we'll have some cooler afternoon temps to enjoy. So lower 70s for the next few hours. Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Let's take a look now at your Solar Traffic Network, and some of the cameras around the region here looking pretty good. One disabled vehicle on the inner loop here right before 70, but that's not causing any backups. Everybody else, you're moving along just fine.
This morning in a city in crisis, Fox 45 News is pushing lawmakers on how they are holding violent teens accountable.
Now, this comes after we are learning a judge denies bail for the 18-year-old charged in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. Tristan Jackson faces more than 50 charges, including 7 counts of attempted first-degree murder. Jackson managed to escape supervision the day of the city's largest mass shooting, eventually turning up on the other side of town.
Well, this morning, we have live team coverage on juvenile accountability concerns. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us live with how Fox 45 is pressing Mayor Brandon Scott on his demands for more juvenile accountability at the state level. But we begin with Olivia Dance, and she is live with the concerns surrounding the juvenile monitoring system after the 18-year-old's arrest in connection to Baltimore's most violent mass shooting. Olivia.
Patrice, court documents reveal that Tristan Jackson was wearing an ankle bracelet and was being supervised by the Department of Juvenile Services here on the night of the Brooklyn mass shooting. Now, the department is struggling to explain how the teen escaped supervision. The terms of his supervision, though, are still unclear, but defense attorney Roya Hanna says if a defendant under supervision steps out of bounds, those monitoring the program use discretion over what move to make next.
A lot of times monitors will give people, especially juveniles, multiple chances to come into compliance and to report. When a violation is reported, either somebody has gone out of bounds, they've cut off their ankle monitor, they break curfew, it sends an email or text alert to the monitor. That monitor is then supposed to call the individual and see if there is a verifiable emergency.
Hannah says typically defendants are instructed to go home, and she says rarely are they penalized until the violation comes before a judge, and sometimes that may never happen. Now, we asked the Department of Juvenile Services to clarify what happened in this case. We asked these questions on your screen, saying what were the terms of the suspect's GPS monitoring? What is the protocol if someone wearing an ankle monitor leaves their area of detention? And finally, who was responsible for monitoring the suspect the night of the Brooklyn mass shooting? Now, we're still waiting for an explanation. Of course, we'll keep pressing for answers. But in the meantime, the Baltimore Police Department says that the investigation into the Brooklyn mass shooting is still ongoing. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. In May, Fox 45 News sat down in an exclusive interview with Vincent Giraldi.
Mackenzie Frost questioned him about the department's supervision of those in their custody.
We had a 12-year-old who was gunned down in South Baltimore not too long ago. He had a GPS ankle monitor on under the supervision of DJS. In 2019, we had the 16-year-old who was part of the group of kids who were charged with Officer Amy Caprio's death. He too was on supervision, so that didn't work for the public safety aspect for the community. What needs to improve for the supervision, the probation, the parole within DJS to ensure that there is safety for the community and for these kids who are on it?
Yeah, so supervision all by itself, by a government-funded probation officer or community supervisor, that's just this much of the problem. We really have to engage the rest of the people in their community. You got to get in there with those kids and interrupt that flow and put them on a path to success. That's where we'll have our best success, not just because some PO sees you once a week in his office and has you, pee in a cup and tell you to go forth and sin no more. That's not ever going to do it.
Well, as the number of crimes involving juveniles continues to surge across our state, Fox 45 News pressing Mayor Brandon Scott on how he intends to bolster his plan to address youth crime crisis in Baltimore City. We continue our team coverage this morning with Shannon Lilly. She's joining us live with the response. Shannon.
Yeah, the mayor, Tom, says a lot needs to change within the entire system, not just tougher sentences. Take a listen to what he believes lawmakers should be focusing on.
As I said, the system needs to be built from its entirety, right? I know that a lot of folks want to pigeonhole this into be about tougher sentences, but it's also about how about we do the basic things right. So the first thing that we're going to be asking is the stuff that we've already asked for. How about when someone's on home monitoring and they're not where they're supposed to be, local law enforcement and local partners should be able to effectuate getting those people, either if they're in violation of something else, like have a handgun or something like that, in the hands of the BPD.
Well, the mayor there is talking about a need to strengthen the state's home monitoring system of offenders. And it's something that he did push for last legislative session, and he says he's going to push for it again. And remember, he'll have a chance to bring up these concerns to lawmakers, Tom, come next month when some of those lawmakers meet for a hearing to go over juvenile justice laws and how they could potentially be contributing to this crime crisis.
Shem, what can you tell us about the mayor and other city leaders who were at City Hall just yesterday making an announcement on new legislation being introduced to City Council?
Yeah, so that announcement, Tom, was about an introduction of legislation that would impact and support those people that are returning home from prison. And what it would establish is an Office of Returning Citizens that would coordinate services and offer support for those who are re-entering back into society. And the mayor believes that this new legislation will strengthen the city's overall re-entry efforts, and he believes it could ultimately help reduce crime. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Well, to address juvenile crime, state lawmakers will hold a hearing next month. It's not a special session and cannot be used to enact new laws or change existing ones. Governor Wes Moore tells Fox 45 News he will not be calling a special session.
And this brings us to our question of the day. Is the General Assembly responsible for the spike in juvenile crime? As you can see right there on the bottom right, so far 96% of those who have voted responded yes. If you'd like to make your voice heard, just head to foxbaltimore.com.
The confirmation hearing date has once again been set for acting Baltimore Police Commissioner Worley, topping our next half hour, where you can go today to have your voice heard.
And our temperatures are mild, even warm to kick off your Tuesday, but we've got cooler numbers on the way and also drier air that's moving in. We'll like that. More
Right now, UPS workers are voting on a tentative labor contract.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what this means for you and your packages. Megan.
Yeah, that's the big thing. And guys, we could get an answer very soon. Take a look at this. The Teamsters Union actually tweeting this just 1 day left. This is when they're planning to conclude ballot counting here today by mid-afternoon, in fact, to ratify or reject that 5-year contract with UPS. Roughly 340,000 UPS Teamsters are voting on this tentative deal for a new contract that was agreed on by UPS and the Teamsters just a few weeks ago. By the time the contract ends, senior full-time drivers will earn approximately $170,000 a year in wages and benefits, making them the highest paid in the country. Teamsters have estimated the value of the contract at $30 billion over the 5-year period. If ratified by the rank and file, the new contract would be retroactive to August 1st. But if they vote no today, guys, this could lead to one of the largest strikes in U.S. history with significant damage to the U.S. economy and to the nation's supply chain.
I would imagine a lot of things wouldn't get delivered.
Well, the counting is expected to be completed around 3 o'clock this afternoon, with the results announced sometime after that. We'll keep you posted right here from our live center. Patrice?
New details surface in the federal trial of former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. The next steps as jury selection inches closer.
So wildfires, many states experiencing severe weather right now. Coming a look at the damage done and the recovery efforts that are already underway. 5:11 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local, all .514 and this morning recovery efforts are underway in many parts of the U.S. as natural disasters leave long-lasting damage.
In Washington state, nearly 30 wildfires rage on as firefighters work around the clock. Maui residents are looking to what's next in the devastating wildfire cleanup process there.
We begin along the West Coast as the remnants from Hillary causing flooding and mudslides in California. In fact, check out this new video from our newsroom. High winds, heavy rain, toppling trees right there on some cars. This happened in Sun Valley yesterday, damaging boats in the Long Beach Harbor. Los Angeles Angels postponing last night's game against the Cincinnati Reds due to the effects of that storm. Emergency officials say the state seems to be past the worst of this storm, as some 23,000 outages reported in Los Angeles County right at the height of the rainfall.
You know, right now the major center of the storm's gone through, and so we're hoping that we've seen the worst of it, but we stay prepared.
As of right now, there have not been any deaths or significant risk of injury.
Los Angeles schools will be back open today. City workers will be cleared to return to work in person. Officials warn residents to stay vigilant as more flooding and mudslides could occur as Hillary's remnants are now gone from the state. The storm made its way, though, to Nevada, and check out the damage caused by the 8.7 inches of rainfall right in Lee Canyon, which is just north of Las Vegas. That's nearly double its old record, which came from an unnamed tropical system in 1906. This is the first tropical storm ever to cross into Nevada.
Happening right now in Washington, 27 wildfires are burning across the state. 2 people have been killed in the more than 20,000 acres that have been burned. Fire officials say at least 185 structures have been damaged or destroyed. Crews have responded to nearly 1,300 wildfires statewide this season. A state of emergency is currently in effect in Spokane County.
And then in Maui, President Joe Biden vows to stand by Hawaiians. His recovery efforts are underway following the devastating wildfires. President and First Lady touring the damage yesterday, meeting with first responders plus state and local officials. Now, the fires killed at least 114, but that number is expected to rise as search and rescue efforts continue. About 850 people are still missing.
But I also want all of you to know the country grieves with you, stands with you, and will do everything possible to help you recover, rebuild, and respect culture and traditions when the rebuilding takes place.
White House naming Bob Fenton, a regional FEMA leader, as the chief federal response coordinator for the Maui wildfires. The move ensures somebody from the Biden administration will be responsible for the long-term recovery efforts in Maui. Rebuilding on the island expected to take years.
Take a look at this. NASA's James Webb Space Telescope is giving us a closer look at the formation known as the Ring Nebula. It's about 2,500 light years away from Earth, and it was formed by a dying star throwing off its outer layers as it runs out of fuel. That's beautiful. As you can see, the images show the intricate details in the bright ring that gives the nebula its name.
I can't believe that thing works after I was in there messing around with
pushing
stuff.
buttons.
I'm so glad it still does.
So a lot of people call that the Eye of God, the Ring of Nebula. And you can kind of, I'm like, I didn't see it from the one image, but then you're like, oh, okay, I can kind of see that. Yeah.
I think about all that stuff and I'm like, oh, it's entertainment for the angels. Like they get something pleasant to see.
I had a lot of odd dreams last night about the first pitch on Sunday.
Are you getting nervous?
Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, Sunday afternoon.
1:20ish.
Yeah, it'll be before the game, but like I was, I mean, it was everything. It was it was getting lost in the stadium.
Oh no!
Oh wow! Did you throw it to the Ring of Nebula?
No, I didn't throw it to the Ring of Nebula, but I threw it into the stands to one of the broadcasters. Who's like, "Whoa, Chambers, that's a little bit off," and I like hit him right.
Stress. You're not sleeping because of this?
I don't know. I did not get a lot of sleep last night, so it's okay. It's all right.
Be fine. You'll be great.
It's all right.
Right.
I did some practice with my brother-in-law yesterday and my godson, and so that was a lot of fun. And we'll see what happens on Sunday afternoon. Our Towson Cam, good morning to you. Not too bad right now. We are seeing the muggy conditions and the mild temperatures as well. We're at 76, but notice the northeast wind at about 10 to 15 miles an hour. Now, the dew point has actually come down just in the last hour because the drier air is slowly moving in, and dew points today will continue to be quite a bit cooler or in the lower 50s. So we've got some nice conditions drying out nicely, especially as we head later into the day today. Next couple of hours with you, rise and shine with us. We'll see those temperatures in the lower 70s. Sun up at 626 this morning. Hanging out there at Hunt Valley, there in the town center, we're looking at 72 by 8 a.m. By noon overall for lunch outdoors. Why not? A bit breezy at times with temperatures into the lower 80s, and then we'll get into the mid 80s in that 3 and 4 o'clock hour for this afternoon. So overall, our temperatures for today are going to be near average and a little bit closer to average than the above average numbers we saw yesterday. Some of us actually below average with upper 70s and lower 80s over the Hereford zone in Westminster, 82 in Perry Hall and White Marsh, still hanging out in the mid 80s there in Dundalk for the afternoon. And numbers in Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in the low to mid 80s, Ellicott City and Columbia, all the way through Glen Burnie and Pasadena and down into Annapolis for today. Pilots, not a bad day. A bit breezy, especially this morning, but we're looking at VFR conditions, visual flight rules all day, so should be good to go if you want to get out there and jump in the plane. And kids are jumping on that school bus in 6 days from right now, at least for Baltimore City and County, Harford, Howard, and Anne Arundel counties. 2 weeks from today, Carroll County, you're back at it right after Labor Day. And 6 days for you at Queen Anne's and Talbot County as well. 2 weeks from today, Caroline, Cecil, and Kent County will be back to school. Here's a look at our future scan. Overall, that drier air moving in nicely, so that northerly wind will be picking up through the day today. And then tomorrow, a nice ridge of high pressure settles in, a little less wind on Wednesday. You'll see a little bit more of that cloud cover, especially late Wednesday into Thursday. And this is our next weather maker coming in Thursday morning, bringing some showers, possible thunderstorms by Thursday afternoon as well. And we know that's the beginning of the state fair, so hopefully those storms can move out in time for the gates to open at 5 p.m. Friday, some leftover showers early, but should dry out nicely as we head toward the afternoon. And the weekend's looking pretty good. O's are back at it tonight at 7:05 against the Blue Jays. We'll keep those temperatures in the 80s through Thursday. Friday, it's going to heat up again. We're right back to the lower 90s, but those numbers do come back down as we head into the weekend. Let's get an update on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there on the BART train system. You'll find no major delay. Looking good for the start out there for travel on the Camden, Penn, and Brunswick lines of BART. Light Rail Link working with a service disruption between Lutherville and North Avenue, and you'll find shuttle buses in place there providing service that's due to maintenance. Allow time for travel on Light Rail Link. Metro Subway Link right on time from end to end in both directions of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
The search continues for the man suspected of murdering Rachel Morin just off the Mon Pa Trail in Bel Air. Just ahead, we're live with the reward that could soon be offered in this case.
And Maryland's Boost Scholarship Program is maxed out. At 5:30, we'll tell you why no new applicants are getting scholarships for private education in the state. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are taking a look at the stories trending across the state this morning.
Starting in Havre de Grace, police say a 17-year-old is now in shock trauma following a stabbing at McDonald's right along Pulaski Highway around 2 yesterday afternoon. Police arresting the suspect, also 17, and say the two teens knew each other. Anyone with information asked to call Harford County Police.
In College Park, the Red Cross is helping nearly 100 people who were displaced following a 3-alarm fire. The fire started on an apartment balcony and burned through the roof, impacting at least 20 units. It all happened yesterday near the IKEA along Route 1. 2 people have minor injuries. The cause of the fire currently under investigation.
In Anne Arundel County, an officer with the county police department is charged with assault. He's identified as Officer First Class Terrell Thomas. He was arrested Sunday by a Baltimore officer for an incident that happened Friday. No other details of the assault have been provided. He's suspended with pay. Thomas will be in court next month.
New court filings in the Maryland Mosby federal trial say her attorneys will be willing to speed up jury selection if that means the trial would be moved out of Baltimore. Mosby's defense team doesn't believe that she'd get a fair trial in Baltimore, and they want the case moved to Greenbelt. Jury selection is set to begin October 31st. Mosby is facing 4 federal charges, 2 counts of perjury and 2 counts of making a false statement on a loan application. Mosby's team is expected to submit more filings tomorrow.
A group of Baltimore residents protesting the city's Complete Streets program. It's designed to create convenience on city streets for both cyclists and pedestrians. Protesters gathering in front of City Hall yesterday stating and yelling many of West Baltimore's neighborhoods are not suited for bike paths, and putting them in would create more danger on already narrow roadways.
The Baltimore Police Department will soon have a new commissioner. Coming up next, find out how you can get involved in the process.
Today, we will be drier and cooler under partly cloudy skies. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking when we could feel the summer temperatures again. 5:27, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Justin Chambers has been working in the kitchen here and there, so I'm excited because if his wife made it, it's going to be delicious.
Well, so let's see what it is. What are you cooking up over there?
Have to wait to about 5:45. Yeah, find out what that is.
Good morning.
Yeah, so there's your tease. Good morning to you and happy Tuesday, everybody. As we look out over the Inner Harbor, we definitely have some of that heat from yesterday hanging around, but as we continue through the morning, we'll continue to see the drier air that's going to move in. That wind is already picking up a little bit, but these numbers are still in the low to mid 70s for Westminster and Bel Air over to Cockeysville, 76 Baltimore City, 79 right now in Annapolis. So you're definitely a little on the warmer side. Now, out and about for your morning drive, next few hours, temperature staying in the 70s and we're nice and dry. And then our highs today are going to be pretty close to where we typically are this time of year, right about the mid 80s. The lack of humidity, you'll notice it today and tomorrow. And then Thursday, we get back into kind of a stormy weather pattern with more showers and storms and more humidity. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. How are we looking early on the roads, Tom?
Looking great at 5:31. No issues to report around the Baltimore region. Taking a look at some of your Len Stoller traffic and network cameras here, and you can see wide open roadways.
Continuing coverage this morning, this search is on for the man suspected of murdering 37-year-old Rachel Morin in Harford County.
Now, police were brought to her body just off the Mom Pa Trail in Bel Air a little more than 2 weeks ago. And now we're learning a reward may soon be on the table to help find her suspected killer.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live with the update. Shannon.
Yeah, you'll remember, Patrice and Tom, that on Friday, the Harford County Sheriff's Office told us that at that point they did not have a reward to offer in this case. But we know money talks, and now it seems there are conversations to change that. In fact, take a look at this email that the Harford County Sheriff's Office sent us yesterday. In it, they say that its Criminal Investigations Division is now working with Metro Crime Stoppers on a reward. As of now, though, there's no further details on when that reward announcement might come or how much it might be, but it's all to help attract information leading to an arrest and conviction in this case. And at this point, it seems those tips may be crucial.
We don't have any clue where he could be. We don't even know if he's still in Harford County or in the state of Maryland.
That was Colonel William Davis on Thursday. Now, we know since then, over the weekend alone, the Harford County Sheriff's Office has received about 175 more tips in this case. And it comes after law enforcement shared this video late last week. DNA evidence links the murder suspect to this man captured on doorbell cam, leaving the scene of a sexual assault and home invasion in Los Angeles, and that was back in March. Now, while the suspect remains at large right now, we also reached out to the governor's office to find out if the state will be contributing to this reward or will offer any reward in this case. We did receive a response from a spokesperson who says they cannot comment since this is an ongoing investigation, but they do add that the governor is closely monitoring this tragedy and is confident that the perpetrator will be brought to justice. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Again, here is what we know about the suspect. He's believed to be 5'9", about 160 pounds. Police say he is of Hispanic descent, in his 20s. This surveillance video allegedly shows him after assaulting a young girl during a home invasion in Los Angeles. This was back in March. Anyone who recognizes him should call the Harford County Sheriff's tip line at the number on your screen or send an email to rmtips@harfordsheriff.org.
Now in Baltimore City, the police department will be without a permanent leader for several more weeks until acting commissioner Richard Worley is confirmed.
Leading up to his confirmation, Worley and Mayor Brandon Scott are holding community town halls to get feedback from residents.
Well, Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with details on how you can get involved. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, the second in-person session is happening tonight at 6 at the Shake and Bake Family Fun Center. Of course, it's a chance for the community to weigh in on the Baltimore Police Department and also what they're looking for with a new police commissioner. But at last week's meeting, residents raised several concerns. Take a listen.
How are corrupt, rogue police officers going to be handled?
We need more officers to actually live in the city to help pay some of these taxes that is all of us affected by.
At the last meeting, there were also concerns about crime in the city, as well as the investigation into the Brooklyn mass shooting. Acting Commissioner Richard Worley and Mayor Brandon Scott reassuring residents that their concerns are a top priority. And residents will have another chance to ask any questions or raise any concerns at tonight's meeting. Back to you, Tom.
Olivia, when will we see Acting Commissioner Worley officially confirmed as commissioner?
Yeah, Tom, so Acting Commissioner Worley was supposed to have his hearing last week, but it actually got postponed. So the new hearing date is September 21st. But before then, there will still be a couple more meetings with the community and a chance for the community to give their feedback or ask any more questions. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
5:35. This school year, Maryland's Boost Scholarship Program is receiving a record high number of applications. But due to extreme demand, most new students won't receive the scholarship funds they need for private or parochial schools. Taylor Stewart explains why some families are being turned away. Taylor.
Well, that's right. This is the letter most families are getting right now after applying for the state scholarship program designed specifically for families on free lunch and reduced lunch. It says there's not enough money for new applicants, with mainly returning students and their siblings getting a shot at private funding for education. Now, leaders with the Boost Advisory Board say they got just over 7,000 Boost applicants this year. That's up from 6,000 last year. 4,700 students were deemed eligible for the scholarship, but this is the thing. Around 2,400 of students who applied were previous recipients. And the way the program works, renewals get priority and their siblings also get priority.
A message saying that we got to make this a permanent program. We have to put more than $9 million in it annually. There's so many programs where public dollars are going for private uses. And this is students. This is the future of our state.
Now, the fact that Boost Scholarship is even ongoing is the result of families around the state going to Annapolis, pushing lawmakers to keep the funding alive after talks to cut the program altogether. Governor Westmore reasoning that public education funding should not go to private institutions. But Rabbi Swadin says these signals show that people want to move out of public school and into private education, and lawmakers should take notice of that. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
The first day of school is right around the corner. To get prepared, Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. Just scan the QR code on your screen to check out all the stories we've posted so far, or you can go right to foxbaltimore.com/back-to-school-HQ.
The White House now issuing a travel alert for Belarus. Straight ahead from our live center, why they're urging Americans to leave that country immediately.
Today, we will feel cooler with temperatures only in the mid-80s. Still to come, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking when the next weather maker will move in. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local.
Breaking news this morning, White House is issuing a level 4 travel alert for Belarus, urging all American citizens in the country to leave immediately.
That's right. Let's get over to Megan Gillen in the Live Center with the action that is being taken right now. Megan.
Yeah, guys, we're taking you live to Belarus here this morning, where this travel alert comes as neighboring countries are stepping up security measures and closing border crossings over concerns about Russian Wagner mercenary forces that have been exiled now in the country. Wagner's presence in Belarus comes after the apparent failed uprising back in June. Remember that? As part of a deal that was struck with the Kremlin, Wagner's leader, Yevgeny Prigozhin, agreed to exile to Belarus, where Wagner fighters have now started to join him and are reportedly helping train the country's military. We're also getting word this morning that Prigozhin has appeared in his first video address since the failed mutiny. It's believed from the video that the mercenary leader is in Africa. In the footage, he claims that Wagner is making the continent, quote, free. We're going to keep you posted right here from our Live Center as this continues to unfold in Belarus. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. A major change coming to Charm City Live just days before the event. The big name no longer performing.
And the Ravens are only one game away from their official start to the season. After the break, the close game and the streak, that comes to an end. 5:42, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.544, now looking ahead to Charm City Live. Major change happening just days before the event. The headliner for the event, Her, drops out. The new headliner now for the show is singer Oriole. Now, in a video posted to the mayor's Instagram account, Her said that she had to remove herself from the show due to unforeseen circumstances and looks forward to playing in Baltimore in the future. Charm City Live is still set for this Saturday from noon to 8, and it's happening downtown.
Topping your sports unlimited news, the Commanders waking up with a win over the Ravens in their preseason game last night. From the flock, Lamar Jackson and other big name starters didn't play, but the game was a close one. The team switched off and on, taking the lead, but in the last seconds of the game, the Commanders taking it 29-28. The Ravens are closing out their preseason games in Tampa on Saturday against the Buccaneers. Kickoff is at 7 p.m.
Free agent NFL linebacker and Gilman product Brandon Copeland announces he's retiring. 32-year-old playing for 6 teams across his 10-year career in the NFL after going undrafted out of Penn in 2013. He landed on the Ravens and Titans practice squads first in 2013 and 14 before going to the Lions for 2 seasons. His biggest seasons were with the Jets. He last played for his hometown Ravens for 3 games just last season.
And now taking you live to Camden Yards as the Orioles are preparing for tonight's game against the Blue Jays. They still hold the 3-game lead over the Rays in the AL East. First pitch at 7:05.
We want to give you a little reminder about Sunday afternoon's game happening at Camden Yards. Our very own meteorologist, Justin Chambers, he's the furthest one away from the camera here. First pitch for the O's as they take on the Rockies. And as you can see, he's been practicing a whole lot.
Yeah, so that's Camden down there.
Oh, yeah.
That's my godson, and Kevin, my brother-in-law, who, by the way, was a pretty darn good pitcher in his day here in Baltimore. And then there I am running, trying to throw. And then here's Camden going, hi, like he wants to be on TV. That's my godson, or our godson. Yes.
Oh, he's the cutest.
So, and my nephew. Yeah, right there.
Oh,
he's
yeah.
like, hey. And there I am. And look, if you watch this throw, it stopped right there. But when I was watching the video, I was like, my arm does this weird thing. And I know Coach, who's in the back, was like, is teaching me to do like the thing. But it looks all like weird up here. And I'm like, what's going on?
You're too much in your head about this.
I think so. Clearly, if I'm having dreams about it, and so.
And is that walking off 50 feet?
You're going to be
right
awesome. It will be a great day.
It was like, so anyway, yeah, it was a lot of fun. A lot of fun to practice. Hopefully, everything will be all swell. I only get one chance at it, man. I can't, if I mess up, can't be like, can I do that again? So it's all live, just like TV. We never mess up on TV. We never mess up on TV. That's why everything is live all the time. Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. It is Hump Day Eve on your Towson camera. A little bit of that morning glow and a few of those clouds kind of hanging around. That muggy meter, that dew point at 67 degrees. We were getting our sweat on yesterday for sure. I'm sure a lot of you were if you're doing anything outside. Now, the dew points are going down, so you can see those numbers today and even tomorrow in the pleasant or comfortable category. You're going to have a couple of very nice afternoons, and then those dew point numbers go right back up as we get into Thursday and Friday. That's when we're tracking our next weather maker, and we'll see more humidity and that summer heat and humidity returning to the area. There's Daryl the Dragonfly buzzing about, low to mid 80s here as we take you into the afternoon today. So definitely cooler cannonball. If you want to jump in the pool, those pools probably open at least for another couple of weekends with 76 by 10 a.m. on your Splashcast, but mid 80s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Remember that sun angle still very high. That means that UV index you can burn very quickly and get that sunblock on and reapply it as well. Low to mid 80s across central Maryland for the Eastern Shore, Stevensville down through Easton, 81 in Annapolis, 82 for you in Columbia today, 85 in Baltimore City. And if you are heading down the ocean, looking at numbers in the mid to upper 70s over the next couple of days, should be fantastic beach weather. Now, we've got 32 days left until autumn, so just that much left in terms of summertime, and meteorological autumn starts next Friday. So that's when the PSLs go inside. That's when I'm going to be drinking one, actually. So our future scan looks like this. Our Tuesday afternoon, we stay mainly dry today. Nice ridge of high pressure sets in for tomorrow as well. So the next couple of days, very nice. Now, you'll see a little bit more cloud cover late tomorrow into early Thursday. And we are tracking our next weather maker, which could bring some showers Thursday morning and then off and on showers, maybe even a couple of thunderstorms into Thursday afternoon. We know the State Fair gets going on at 5 o'clock on Thursday. And then Friday and Saturday, we might have some leftover showers in the morning time Friday. But Saturday actually looking pretty good. We are inside of 2 weeks now until Labor Day. We talked about the Ravens preseason and the 19 days until the actual real game happens. That's the home opener in just 19 days from right now. And as I mentioned, 32 days until that autumnal equinox. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. O's back at it tonight. Real pitchers. 85 here for your high today, but it should be great weather for baseball tonight. And then there's that State Fair starting up on Thursday. But we will heat back up. Friday, we're right back to the lower 90s, but we are mainly dry as we head into this upcoming weekend. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look real quick at your lens solar traffic network, and some of the cameras around the region still moving along just fine without issue at 550 around the Baltimore area. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good Tuesday morning, Mark. I don't know if you know this, Mark, but Justin is throwing the first pitch out Sunday afternoon at the O's game. In case you have listened over the last, 3 weeks we've been talking about it.
I sure have, and that's exciting. That's going to be great. I know he's a little nervous about it, but he'll do well. He'll knock it out of the ballpark for sure. All right. Good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there right now on the MARC train system, you'll find 511 train running 5 to 10 minutes late, and 843 with a delay. It's running about 10 minutes late. Allow time for travel there. Light rail link still working with a service disruption between North Avenue and Lutherville. That's due to maintenance. Allow time for travel there as you will take a delay out there on light rail link today. Metro subway link looking good, though no delays in either direction of that service between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
An iconic food brand is planning to feed kids at school. How Kraft Heinz is stepping up to make Lunchables fit the National School Lunch Program guidelines.
House Republicans taking aim at the Biden administration for its alleged role in convincing social media platforms to remove posts online. I'm Christine Frizzell with who they're now asking to speak to.
5:51, and you're taking a live look here. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition all local all morning. .54 and in your consumer news this Tuesday morning, iconic food brand wants to feed your children at school. Kraft Heinz has adapted its Lunchables packaged meal to meet federal guidelines for the National School Lunch Program. They'll be available this fall at certain schools. The kits are being pitched as an easy way to serve students and then also save on labor. Kraft Heinz says Lunchables are now more nutritious and have introduced more whole grains, added protein to cut saturated fat. If you're a non-tech savvy Taco Bell lover, you may soon have to step up your technology game. The fast food chain's parent company, Yum Brands, has hatched a plan for 100% digital transactions. Yum Brands' other holdings include Pizza Hut and KFC, among some others. That could mean that putting people in more orders through a restaurant's website or mobile app or at a restaurant kiosk. Yum Brands did not give a timeline for achieving its 100% digital or cashless goal.
Social media platforms have become some of the most powerful purveyors of information in the world. It's one reason why top White House officials thought it was necessary to communicate with those companies in the face of a deadly global pandemic and misinformation about voting and the election. National correspondent Christine Frizzell has the latest on concerns over whether that communication was ethical.
On Capitol Hill, a renewed push to better understand the role of the White House in suppressing speech online. House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan publishing emails between the Biden administration and Facebook on Twitter, now called X. Responding to questions about why Facebook had been removing posts about the lab leak theory of COVID-19, a Facebook employee responds, quote, "Because we were under pressure from the administration. We shouldn't have done it." In another, the Surgeon General wants us to remove true information about side effects. Congressman Jordan telling us last month he wants more access to communications from Facebook.
Turn over the information. Let us see how extensive this pressure and coercion was from the government to censor Americans' First Amendment liberties, First Amendment free speech rights.
Now he sent letters asking for interviews from Yoel Roth, the former head of trust and safety at Twitter, and Chris Krebs, the former director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency known as CISA, following in the footsteps of a recent lawsuit that resulted in the White House being banned from most communications with big tech. Biden administration officials arguing they never coerced, only suggested that content be removed or minimized if it shared harmful or inaccurate information about the vaccine or the election. And they've argued the inability to share concerns could threaten national security.
And we have consistently made clear that we believe social media companies have a critical responsibility to take account of the effects of their platforms that they have on the American people while making independent decisions about the content of their platforms.
That fine line between persuasion and coercion set to be center stage here on Capitol Hill as lawmakers work to set new parameters for what the White House can and cannot share with some of the most influential companies in the world. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzell.
A teen under state supervision is now linked to Baltimore's mass shooting. Coming up next, we're pushing the Department of Juvenile Services for answers.
And juvenile crime continues to be a major concern across the city and state. Just ahead, we press the mayor for the changes that he wants to see.
A huge contract vote underway right now for UPS workers, the implications this could have on your packages, and when we could get some answers.
And stepping into your Tuesday with temperatures that are a little mild this morning, but we've got cooler numbers on the way this afternoon. We'll talk about it on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, August 22nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers. Coming up on 6 o'clock. And yes, it's going to feel a lot better than it did yesterday. It was hot, sticky, humid. Ugh, not fun outside.
It was all of that. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here now with a look at your forecast.
Better hair day, less of the frizz factor for this afternoon, and we'll see the wind that is going to be bringing in of the drier air over the next couple of hours. So a bit breezy at times here for the day, but overall not too bad. Looking out over Camden Yards course, O's are back tonight at home for a 9-game homestand, so that will be nice here over the weekend as well. Toronto in town tonight at 7:05. Low to mid 70s for Westminster and Bel Air. 75 your temp in Baltimore. Still hanging on to 70s as far west as Cumberland this morning. So the weather story after our mild and muggy morning, we've got that drier air that will continue to move in and overall cooler afternoon temperatures. So Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Probably we'll need the AC maybe this morning, maybe a bit foggy at times as well. Back with your full forecast here. We'll talk about what we can expect the rest of this week and when we'll have our next chance for rain as well. How are we looking on the roads, Tom, early on a Tuesday?
Looking great. No real issues to report at all throughout the Baltimore region. In fact, you can see some of the cameras that we pulled up for you here, and it looks like in our Lens Solar Traffic Network, no issues.
It's a colossal failure.
Now to a city in crisis. Frustration this morning with Maryland's Department of Juvenile Services.
We are learning the 18-year-old charged in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting has been denied bail.
Tristan Jackson faces more than 50 charges, including 7 counts of attempted first-degree murder. Now, this morning, we have live team coverage on juvenile accountability concerns.
In a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us live with how Fox 45 is pressing Mayor Brendan Scott on his demands for more juvenile accountability at the state level.
We begin with Olivia Dan. She's live with the concerns surrounding the juvenile monitoring system after the 18-year-old's arrest in connection with Baltimore's most violent mass shooting. Olivia?
Well, Tom, court documents reveal that Tristan Jackson was wearing an ankle bracelet and being supervised by the Department of Juvenile Services here on the night of the Brooklyn mass shooting. The department now struggling to explain how the teen escaped supervision, but the terms of the supervision are still unclear. Defense attorney Roya Hanna says if a defendant under supervision steps out of bounds, those monitoring the program use discretion over what move to make next.
A lot of times monitors will give people, especially juveniles, multiple chances to come into compliance and to report. When a violation is reported, either somebody has gone out of bounds, they've cut off their ankle monitor, they break curfew, it sends an email or text alert to the monitor. That monitor is then supposed to call the individual and see if there is a verifiable emergency.
Now, Hannah says typically defendants are instructed to go home, and she says rarely are they penalized until the violation comes before a judge, and sometimes even that may never happen. Now, we asked the Department of Juvenile Services to clarify what happened in this case, asking what were the terms of the suspect's GPS monitoring, what is the protocol if someone wearing an ankle monitor leaves their area of detention, and finally, who is responsible for monitoring the suspect the night of the mass shooting. We're still waiting for an explanation. Of course, though, we will keep pressing for answers. But in the meantime, the Baltimore Police Department says the investigation into the Brooklyn mass shooting is still ongoing. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. As the number of crimes involving juveniles continues to surge across the state, Fox 45 News pressing Mayor Brendan Scott on how he intends to bolster his plan to address the youth crime crisis in Baltimore City. We continue our team coverage this morning with Shannon Lilly. She's joining us live with his response. Shannon.
Well, the mayor says, Tom, that a lot needs to change within the entire system, not just tougher sentences. Take a listen to what he believes lawmakers should focus on now.
As I said, the system needs to be built from its entirety, right? I know that a lot of folks want to pigeonhole this into be about tougher sentences, but it's also about how about we do the basic things right. So the first thing that we're going to be asking is the stuff that we've already asked for. How about when someone's on home monitoring and they're not where they're supposed to be, local law enforcement and local partners should be able to effectuate getting those people either, if they're in violation of something else, like have a handgun or something like that, in the hands of the BPD.
So the mayor there is talking about a need to strengthen the state's home monitoring system when it comes to offenders. And it is something that he pushed for last legislative session, and he says he's going to push for it again. And remember, he will have a chance to bring up these concerns to lawmakers when some of them do meet for a hearing next month to go over juvenile justice laws and whether or not these laws are contributing to the crime crisis we're seeing now.
Well, Shannon, yeah, what can you tell us about the mayor and other city leaders making an announcement on new legislation that they plan on being introduced to city council?
Yeah, so that announcement, Tom, was about an introduction of legislation to offer support for residents who are returning home from prison. Essentially, what it would do is establish an Office of Returning Citizens that would help those citizens and coordinate services and support for those who are re-entering back into society. And the mayor certainly believes that this legislation will strengthen the city's overall re-entry efforts, and he also believes that this will help reduce crime overall in the city as well. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, these issues with the juvenile justice system are raising questions about what will happen to teens who could end up there, like 16-year-old squeegee kid Tavon Scott. Scott was convicted of manslaughter in the shooting death of Timothy Reynolds. His defense attorneys want his case moved to juvenile court for sentencing. If the case does go that route, court records will no longer be available, meaning the public will not know what happens with that case. Now, concerns within the Department of Juvenile Services have been well documented. The 2022 annual report detailed chronic boredom among kids in the facilities, limited access to books, and few programs available. In May, Secretary Schiraldi told Fox 45 News that some changes were being made, but he recognized cracks in the system. State Delegate Luke Clippinger sent a letter to his fellow lawmakers in Annapolis last month saying the current juvenile system isn't cutting it.
What's becoming clear is that the Department of Juvenile Services doesn't have the services and doesn't have a plan to deal with kids who are in possession of guns. When that happens, that should be a world-stopping occasion.
A House hearing on the Department of Juvenile Services is scheduled for September 13th. Governor Westmore ordered a review of DJS earlier this spring. It is unclear when that will be complete.
Well, this brings us to our question of the day. Is the General Assembly responsible for the spike in juvenile crime? As you see on the bottom right there, so far 97% of those who have voted say yes. To make your voice heard, head to foxbaltimore.com.
The Harford County Sheriff's Office is ramping up their efforts to find Rachel Morin's suspected killer. Topping our next half hour, the questions this morning about if there could be reward money involved.
Maryland 529 families could see some much-needed closure. Still ahead, the changes the state's treasurer's office is making help them get their college savings back.
Our temps are hanging out in the 70s here this morning, but don't you worry, we're going to be cooler overall for the afternoon with drier air moving in. We'll talk about all of that coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local. All right, welcome back, everybody. Time right now is 6:09 on your Tuesday morning. We're still hanging on to some cloud cover out there and definitely the muggy conditions, but the wind is picking up a little bit, starting to bring in some of that drier and cooler air eventually by the time we head toward the afternoon. So as you head outside, on your out the door cast, make sure you grab those sunglasses. No need for the umbrella. We are tracking our next weather maker a little bit later this week where you will need the umbrella. But if you're out for a run or a jog in the next few hours, getting that sweat on, temperatures mainly in the 70s for your jogging cast.
6:10 right now, UPS workers are voting on a tentative labor contract.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what this means for you and your package delivery. Megan?
That's the big question that everyone wants answers to, and we could get that answer very soon, guys. As we look at this tweet from the Teamsters, you can see they tweeted just 1 day left. That is today. They have plans to conclude the ballot counting by mid-afternoon today, and this is to ratify or reject a 5-year contract with UPS. Roughly 340,000 UPS Teamsters are voting on this tentative deal for a new contract that was agreed on by UPS and the Teamsters just a few weeks ago. By the time the contract ends, senior full-time drivers will earn approximately $170,000 a year in wages and benefits, making them the highest paid in the country. Teamsters have estimated the value of the contract at $30 billion over the 5-year period. If ratified by the rank and file, the new contract would be retroactive to August 1st. But here's the deal, guys. If they vote no, this could lead to one of the largest strikes in U.S. history with very significant damage to the U.S. economy and to the nation's supply chain.
I would imagine a lot of things wouldn't get delivered.
The counting is expected to be completed around 3 o'clock this afternoon, with the results announced sometime after that. We'll keep you posted right here from our live center.
Maryland's Boost Scholarship Program is maxed out. After the break, we'll tell you why no new applicants are getting scholarship for private education.
Headliner of this year's Charm City Live has dropped out. Still ahead, who'll be stepping in as the new headliner? 6:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Well, this school year, Maryland's Boost Scholarship Program receiving a record high number of applications.
But due to extreme demand, most new students won't receive the scholarship funds they need for private or parochial schools. Taylor Stewart explains why some families are being turned away. Taylor?
Well, look, you guys, this is the letter most families are receiving right now after applying for the state's scholarship program specifically designed for families on free and reduced lunch. It says there's not enough money for new applicants, with mainly returning students and their siblings getting a scholarship. This year, the Boost Advisory Board received just over 7,000 applicants. That's up from 6,000 last year. Now, at this point, just over 4,700 students were deemed eligible on income and other factors. But around 2,400 of those applicants are renewal students already in the program, getting a scholarship, with their siblings given second priority.
A message saying that we got to make this a permanent program. We have to put more than $9 million in it annually. There's so many programs where public dollars are going for private uses. And this is students. This is the future of our state.
The use of taxpayer dollars to fund private education for a handful of students is one of the concerns previously raised by Governor Wes Moore. The fact that the Boost Scholarship Program is even ongoing is the result of families from around the state going to Annapolis, pushing lawmakers to keep the funding alive. Something that the rabbi says families will likely have to do again next year. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
An update this morning. Families who saw their Maryland 529 savings accounts depleted by an interest calculation error may finally be getting some closure.
Maryland State Treasurer Derek Davis announcing the state will no longer use the existing manual interest calculation tool, and the money has been restored into those accounts just in time for fall tuition payments. Affected families say this is a major step in the right direction.
When I look at this, it's like, all right, this is a good move. It means that we are moving into a more normal stage in this. Not everybody is addressed, but at least a good chunk of people are addressed in this.
Well, if the correct amount is still not showing up in your account, the treasurer says a claims process will begin shortly.
The first day of school is right around the corner. To get prepared, Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. Just scan the QR code on your screen to check out all the stories we've posted so far, or go to foxbaltimore.com/back-to-school-HQ.
And stay tuned for some live interviews all week long on various back-to-school topics. Today, we'll speak with the founder of Black Minds Matter. 6:17 and trending now, there's a new taste in town.
And Arundel County welcomed its first Korean barbecue restaurant. Koho Korean Barbecue House has officially opened inside Live Casino. Former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan and First Lady Yumi Hogan attended the opening day event yesterday.
Got some kimchi, maybe?
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, come on.
You ever had kimchi?
Yeah.
It's hot.
Spicy?
Yeah.
I like all things hot and spicy, but it probably doesn't top what Jess made. You just brought in some breakfast treats for everybody.
Jess, she's an amazing cook, yeah. Well, it's for Megan's birthday from last week, of course, right. And so usually she likes to make birthday treats for people around here. But yeah, that crunch wrap is pretty good, even though there's no crunch in it.
It was delicious. It was amazing.
No, it was good. It was good. Breakfast stuff that, eating at 5:45 a.m. is amazing for us because that's kind of almost our lunchtime. Now, looking out over Camden Yards, you can get some good food there, of course, and you'll be able to be there for 9 games in a row as the O's are finally back in town. Our first place O's taking on the Blue Jays tonight. It is a divisional game. We know divisional games are always hard, no matter that we still have that 3-game cushion over Tampa Bay in first place. But 75 your current temperature at BWI, that dew point at 66 degrees. It will be a lot nicer temperature-wise and dew point-wise by the time that game kicks off. So here's a look at your O's cast. I have to change it up, for that pitch coming up on Sunday. 79 for the first pitch for real players tonight. 77 by the 5th inning. We'll be in those mid-70s through the 8th and 9th inning. Should be a gorgeous night for baseball here in Charm City. Those dew point temperatures, look at that, staying in the nice category today, drying out nicely. Temps for the dew points only in the 50s. That means the drier air is going to be in place. Mid-70s for the next couple of hours as you rise and shine with us. Enjoy your breakfast crunch wrap wrap or whatever you have on the plate today. And the sun will be up until 7:52 tonight. And hanging out at Fells in that 10 o'clock hour, we'll see those numbers in the mid-70s. Good day for lunch outdoors, or maybe just want to do some happy hour early. We're talking about 85 by about 2 p.m. And on Taco Tuesday, we'll see those numbers into the lower 80s for that 4 and 5 o'clock hour. Now, make sure to get the sprinklers on in the morning time or the evening time. Even though it's not going to be as hot today, still good to get that watering done early or late. And we have to get the watering on because we don't have much coming from Mother Nature. So we're not really tracking much rain this week. We do have some showers later this week, which we'll talk about here in a second. But upper 70s, lower 80s, northern Baltimore County over to Carroll County, right about 80 in Eldersburg, 83 for you in Towson this afternoon, mid 80s in Baltimore City. Hartford and Cecil counties mainly hanging out in the lower 80s today. So not those 90s that we saw yesterday afternoon, and that lack of humidity will be noticeable. Now notice what happens on our temperature tracker. We stick kind of right below average for the next few days. A little spike there on Friday with the heat returning, even staying above average on Saturday before those numbers actually come back down into this upcoming weekend. We're getting closer to the end of August. Only got about 9 days left, and overall, we're not looking too bad for our summer heat. So we have a lot more of that cooler air coming in today. Ridge of high pressure slides in tomorrow. That's also going to keep us dry. You'll see a little bit more cloud cover late Wednesday afternoon. And then early Thursday is going to be our next weather maker. That's going to bring that chance for showers. A couple of off and on showers and storms into Thursday afternoon. And some of that could be left over into early Friday. Of course, the State Fair gets underway Thursday afternoon. So we hope we keep those showers and storms away. And then a few isolated showers and storms left over Friday, but it should be drying out nicely for the weekend. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And looking around the Baltimore region, roads look pretty good. The only issue we have is you'd have to go out to Frederick here, and that's 15 South, right near Patrick Road. There's right lanes are closed there because of a one vehicle accident. Everybody else, you are in the green. No issues to report. So let's get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones from the MTA. Good Tuesday morning, Mark.
Well, good Tuesday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the BART train system. We've got Penn Train 400 operating with a 10-minute delay, and also 511 train and 845, both running about 5 minutes late. Allow time for travel in those instances. Allow time for travel out there on Light Rail Link as you'll encounter a service disruption between North Avenue and Lutherville with the shuttle buses in place bridging the gap there. That's due to maintenance. Allow time for travel there throughout the day on Light Rail Link. If your ride is on Metro Subway Link, good to go for travel there. No delays or issues between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
We are in for the best days of summer. Another year of the Maryland State Fair begins this Thursday. Since 1879, the fair has boasted of delicious food, incredible rides, tons of free entertainment, and animals galore. The fair will run over the next 3 weekends and will conclude on September 10th. Fox 45 News will be there this Thursday morning. You can also catch our live Fun at the Fair Be More Lifestyle show at 11:30 on Thursday, and then another Fun at the Fair show at 5 p.m. on the CW Baltimore.
There are new developments in the upcoming federal trial of Marilyn Mosby. Still ahead, the continued fight to move her trial out of Baltimore.
Newly obtained surveillance video showing the moments leading up to a deadly shooting in Canton. Still ahead, Fox 45 News speaks with the man who witnessed his uncle take his last breath. 6:23, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all 6:25 now, trending this morning. The original voice of Mario in Nintendo games is stepping down.
Charles Martinet, I'll get it out there, has voiced the beloved plumber for nearly 30 years, dating back to Super Mario 64. Nintendo of America says he will now serve in the role of Mario Ambassador, where he'll travel around the world and promote the character. The video game company did not say when he is stepping down or who will replace him as Mario's voice.
I didn't know Mario spoke. When I did Nintendo way back in the day,
Just
I
the
don't
sounds,
think
right?
he...
Bloop,
yeah,
bloop,
right.
Yeah.
Now looking ahead to Charm City Live, a major change happening just days before the event. The headliner for the event, Her, drops out, but there is a new headliner for the show. Singer Ari Lennox, still going to be fabulous. In a video posted to the mayor's Instagram account, Her said she had to remove herself from the show due to unforeseen circumstances, but she looks forward to playing in Baltimore in the future. Charm City Live is still set for this Saturday from noon until 8 downtown.
And you can celebrate your love for movies with the second annual National Cinema Day, August 27th. Most theaters across the country are offering tickets for $3 to $4, including some here in Maryland. Cinema Foundation started the tradition as a way to say thank you to moviegoers. Last year, more than 8 million people went to the movies on that single day. Tickets can be found for blockbusters, re-releases, even some new releases. To see the list of participating theaters, visit nationalcinemaday.org.
Lower temperatures, lower humidity, that's what we can expect for your Tuesday. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the next chance of thunderstorms and when they could impact you.
The Baltimore Police Department will soon have a new commissioner. Coming up next, find out how you can get involved in the process. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and yeah, 6:30. All right, a little wake-up call there. You know, when you look at the clock and you're like, oh, wow, no, it's not.
It's not moving as fast as you might like, but it's a Tuesday morning. That's how Tuesdays are. Yeah,
Tuesdays do go backwards.
All right, well, time for you to get up and out, though, and listen to what's coming your way as far as the forecast.
Yeah, we have meteorologist Justin Chambers always moving forward.
That's right, trying to look ahead, and we're actually seeing not the conditions that aren't too bad right now. It's still definitely muggy when you make your way outside with some of those clouds, keeping some of that heat in that we had from yesterday. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, the sun officially is already up, but not seeing that as of right yet. But we will as we head later into the day today. And you can see these temperatures around the DMV and all the way out toward Western Maryland in the low to mid 70s right now. So kind of hanging on to some of that heat from yesterday. Mid 70s over the next couple of hours. Mr. Bo says we are going to be good to go, maybe using the AC on your way to work. But this afternoon, with highs in the mid 80s and drier air, going to feel very nice to be outside. Don't think those snowballs are going to be melting too quickly. Same thing tomorrow. Thursday, we get back into a setup where we'll have a better chance of showers and thunderstorms and more humidity as well. So we'll continue to take a look at that, and we'll do that in a few minutes from right now.
Continuing coverage this morning, search is on for the man suspected of murdering 37-year-old Rachel Morin in Harford County.
Police discovered her body just off the Ma and Pa Trail in Bel Air a little more than 2 weeks ago. Now we're learning a reward may soon be on the table to help her find her suspected killer.
Shannon Lilly joining us live now with an update. Shannon?
Yeah, on Friday, you'll remember, Tom and Patrice, that the Harford County Sheriff's Office said they do not have a reward to offer in this case. But we know that money talks, and now there are conversations to change that. In fact, take a look at this email that the Harford County Sheriff's Office sent to us yesterday. In it, they say that their Criminal Investigations Division is now working with Metro Crime Stoppers on a reward. As of now, though, there's no further details on when that reward announcement might come or just how much it might be. But it's all to help attract information leading to an arrest and conviction in this case. And at this point, it seems those tips may be crucial.
We don't have any clue where he could be. We don't even know if he's still in Harford County or in the state of Maryland.
That was Colonel William Davis on Thursday. Now, we know since then, over the weekend alone, the Harford County Sheriff's Office received about 175 more tips in this case. It comes after law enforcement shared this video late last week. DNA evidence links the murder suspect to this man captured on doorbell cam, leaving the scene of a sexual assault and home invasion in Los Angeles, and this was back in March. Now, while the suspect remains at large right now, we also reached out to the governor's office to find out if the state will be offering a reward in this case. We hear from a spokesperson who says they cannot comment on this ongoing investigation, but they did add that the governor is closely monitoring this tragedy and is confident that the perpetrator will be brought to justice. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. And again, here's what we know about the suspect. He's believed to be 5'9", about 160 pounds. Police say he's of Hispanic descent and in his 20s. This surveillance video allegedly showing him assaulting a young girl during a home invasion in Los Angeles in March. Anyone who recognizes him should call the Harford County Sheriff's tip line. That number right there on your screen. You see it next to this tip line, and it is 410-836-7788. Or you can send them an email at rmtips@harfordsheriff.org.
The brutality and, you know, the mentality of people, it's sickening.
In Baltimore City, newly obtained surveillance video is shedding light on the armed robbery that led to a deadly shooting in Canton early Friday morning.
Yeah, you can see the video here. Watch as the suspect walking in the middle of the street suddenly turns around, pulls out a gun, and points it at the man in the white T-shirt. That man is Jeff Tyree, the nephew of Benner, who would be killed just minutes later. Tyree says one of the armed suspects started to get into his car when his uncle stepped in.
He just came out here in a selfless act, you know, trying to defend me and my property. He went into the yard, came back out with a BB gun as the dude was getting in my car and started my car. And that's when he confronted him. Then, you know, I just heard the 4 shots. He did take his final breaths laying in my lap.
Well, the family of Benner looking for more police and for more action from city leaders to get the city's crime crisis under control. This says the police department will be without a permanent leader for several more weeks until Acting Commissioner Richard Worley is confirmed.
Leading up to his confirmation, Worley and Mayor Brendan Scott are holding community town halls to get feedback from residents.
Olivia Dance joining us live with details on how you can get involved. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, the second in-person session is happening tonight at 6 at the Shake and Bake Family Fun Center. It's an opportunity for the community to weigh in on the Baltimore Police Department and also what they're looking for with the new commissioner. But at last week's meeting, residents raised several concerns. Take a listen.
How are corrupt, rogue police officers going to be handled?
We need more officers to actually live in the city to help pay some of these taxes that is all of us affected by.
At the last meeting, there were also concerns about crime in the city, as well as the investigation into the Brooklyn mass shooting. Acting Commissioner Richard Worley and Mayor Brendan Scott reassuring residents that their concerns are a top priority. And residents will have another chance to ask any questions or raise any concerns at tonight's meeting. Back to you.
Olivia, when will we see Acting Commissioner Worley officially confirmed?
Hey, Tom, so Acting Commissioner Worley's confirmation hearing was originally planned for last week, but it got postponed. So the new hearing date is September 21st. But before then, there will still be a couple feedback sessions, which will give residents another chance to ask questions or raise any more concerns. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. As juvenile crime continues to rise across the state, Fox 45 News pressing Mayor Brendan Scott on how he intends to address the youth crime crisis in Baltimore City. Topping our next half hour, how he's responding.
The state school board is running out of time to make a decision on whether the current superintendent will receive a new contract. Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, Project Baltimore explains why his future is uncertain.
And we're staying dry and cooler under partly cloudy skies. Just ahead, when we can expect our next weather maker. 6:37 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Hillary left behind some flooded roads in Kern County, California, like this one in Ridgecrest, northeast of Bakersfield. Part of the city was even under an evacuation warning. And the storm turned this park into a pool, which brought locals out to play on Monday. Inflatable pool rafts and tubes, a kayak, and even bicycles. It looked like a family affair.
Listen to Off the Radar, new episodes every Tuesday. Find it wherever you get your podcasts.
Here are some stories making your headlines around the state. In Havre de Grace, police say a 17-year-old was stabbed at a McDonald's along Pulaski Highway around 2 yesterday afternoon. The victim was taken to shock trauma. Police arresting the suspect, also 17, and say the two teens knew each other. Anyone with information, though, is asked to call Harford County Police.
In Baltimore City, the Baltimore teacher charged with sexual abuse will be detained until his federal trial. Last week, federal prosecutors arrested and leveled sex abuse charges against Christopher Bendon. He used to teach at the Gilman School, an all-boys school in Roland Park. The federal charges add to state charges. Detectives believe there are multiple victims in this case.
Well, new court filings in the Maryland Mosby federal trial claim her attorneys would be willing to speed up jury selection if that means the trial would be moved out of Baltimore City. Now, Mosby's defense team says that she would not get a fair trial in Baltimore, and they want the case moved to Greenbelt. Jury selection set to begin October 31st. Mosby's facing 4 federal charges, 2 counts of perjury, 2 counts of making false statements on a loan application. Well, Mosby's team is expected to submit more filings tomorrow.
More spending, less saving. I'm Atrell Nashar with what new data tell us about how Americans are relying more and more on debt.
Maryland is now reporting its first positive case of locally acquired malaria in 40 years. Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, a doctor from the University of Maryland School of Medicine will join us live with how you can protect yourself. 6:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Frustration this morning with Maryland's Department of Juvenile Services. We're learning 18-year-old charged in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting has been denied bail. Tristan Jackson faces more than 50 charges, including 7 counts of attempted first-degree murder. His previous record had lawmakers' attention. Olivia Dance joining us live now. Olivia, what can you tell us about his past?
Yeah, Tom, so court records reveal that Tristan Jackson was wearing an ankle bracelet and was being supervised by the Department of Juvenile Services, which is just behind me here on the night of the Brooklyn mass shooting. The department is struggling to explain how the teen escaped supervision, and the terms of his supervision are still unclear. But now there's concerns over the effectiveness of juvenile home monitoring. So we asked the Department of Juvenile Services to clarify what happened in this case. We haven't heard back, and we're still waiting for a response. Of course, we'll keep pressing for answers. But coming up in about 15 minutes, a defense attorney weighs in and explains some of the problems within the Department of Juvenile Services. Back to you.
Mayor Scott is now weighing in on the youth crime crisis. Shannon Lilly joins us live with what the mayor believes needs to change. Shannon.
Well, the mayor, Patrice, says a lot needs to change within the entire system, not just tougher sentences. In fact, he specifically brought up the need to strengthen the state's home monitoring system. And you'll remember that is something that he pushed for in the last legislative session. It's also something that he says he'll push for in the next legislative session. So stay with us, because coming up at 7, you're going to hear directly from the mayor about the changes he thinks we need to see in the city and state, plus hear when he'll be able to bring up these concerns to lawmakers before the next legislative session next year. Now back to you.
6:46, we need to find out exactly how cool it's going to feel, especially compared to yesterday.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers has that answer.
So when I married my wife, I felt like I was a married Marylander, right? You know, like, because a Marylander by marriage, right? And then I moved here, and then you got me the Maryland in a box. I got burgers, cookies, and Old Bay, and I was like, okay, I feel like a Marylander, right? Last night we had crabs at my house. Now I feel like an official. Now that's it. I mean, that's it. There's no turning back.
You woke up this morning, you're like, Old Bay. All right.
It was great. We had Grandmom over there. We had Mom. We had Kev and Dee and Camden. It was a lot of fun on the back porch. We threw the paper down and everything. I think there's still some shells on our deck, but it was a lot of fun. And I guess I get it. Like I had one crab. Jess, well, you don't want to mess with her, by the way. Let me just tell you, when she's doing her crab stuff, I was like, hey, you want this? She was like, nope. I only had one, I had a crab cake. I like crab cakes. There's all the stuff, you know. So anyway, so I'm getting there. Give me a break. I think that's a good step. Downtown Baltimore right now. Woo! All right, there's M&T Bank Stadium. They're going to do some real games there coming up less than 3 weeks from right now. That NFL season is creeping up. Remember, it starts on a Thursday, and of course, that first Sunday is the second weekend in September. That's when the Ravens will be back on the field for reals. 75 your temp right now. A little northerly wind, about 8 to 10 miles an hour. That dew point at 66 degrees, but the dew point today is going to go down. So from the number that we're seeing right now, we're expecting dew points to drop into the 50s today. That's going to be the drier air that will continue to move in over the next few hours. We'll keep that drier air in place tomorrow. Then those dew points go right back up. And as we get into Thursday and Friday, we're back to that mugginess as we head closer to the weekend. Golfers hitting the links today on our forecast. I think there's a match with British James and Graham on tap today, so we'll see what happens. Hopefully I can shoot an 82 and James shoots an 85. That'd be wonderful. So here's a look at your quick glance forecast. We're going to top out at 85 today. Breezy and cooler for the afternoon. Maybe a one club win for you golfers. 752 is going to be your sunset tonight. And check these numbers today, low to mid 80s. So some of us actually a little bit below average for this time of year as opposed to those above average numbers. And if you're heading down the ocean next couple of days, maybe next couple of weekends before we wrap up summer, should be great beach weather. Mid to upper 70s Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at Ocean City and Rehoboth. Just 32 days from fall, the official day of fall, the autumnal equinox. But meteorological autumn is next Friday, and that's when we can have some pumpkin spice lattes. You can get them right now, but that's when I'm having my first one. All right, O's are back in town tonight. That is exciting, Birdland. Got 9-game home stretch here as the Blue Jays will be in town. The State Fair starts Thursday afternoon. This weekend will be the first weekend of the fair. And again, Thursday into Friday, we do have a little unsettled weather to get through right as we kick the fair off. So just be aware of that, and we'll track it for you right here as we always do.
While topping your Sports Unlimited news, the Commanders are waking up with a win over the Ravens in their preseason game last night. From the flock, Lamar Jackson and other big-name starters didn't play. No need for them to play in a preseason game. It was a close one. The team switched off and on, taking the lead, but in the last seconds of the game, the Commanders took it 29-28. The Ravens are closing out their preseason games in Tampa on Saturday against the Buccaneers. Kickoff at 7 p.m.
24 was a good run. 24 preseason game wins, that's incredible.
It is, but it doesn't really matter.
No,
it doesn't, but it was just annoying that the Commanders were coming out saying, what's the big deal about this?
They named their QB1, Sam Howell, and then he plays.
My husband, huge Commanders fan, this morning I said, what'd you think of the game? Laughing hysterically at 2:30 in the morning. That's to him, that's all that mattered. Like, he's like, last second.
I gotta tell you, Zay Flowers looked really good. That kid is fast, and he was, they had some of the starters out there, but yeah, I mean, and Sam Howell looked good too for Commanders fans. I mean, so I don't know. We'll see what's happened. They got a new offensive coordinator. We have a new offensive coordinator. There's some new offense here.
Washington has some great receivers, but you don't know that because they don't have they haven't had a quarterback. So we'll find out. How? I don't know. He's.
I think he's decent.
Good. My wife's our spouses are Commanders fans.
I know. We're stuck in that. But it is going to be neat to actually see the starting Ravens play. We are stuck in that. But to see how Lamar is doing and,
September 10th. It's right around the corner.
It is.
It is.
Yeah.
My gosh. All right.
You know what else is right around the corner?
What?
The Orioles preparing for today's game against Blue Jays, still ahead when you can watch a certain meteorologist throw the first pitch.
Kevin, me right there.
He's practicing. He's ready. Put me in, coach. Woo! All right, well, we're going to learn how to make Orioles pancakes.
Oh, man.
Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, we're going to have a chef join us in studio making this recipe. It's going to be delicious.
What they used to cut those pancakes? It just looks like a mound.
Wolverine was there. All right, first place in Birdland tastes as good as a fresh cup of coffee. Not with the pumpkin sauce.
Read the script, Patrice.
Not going to do it.
Come on.
It's too soon.
It's time for a normal, regular coffee. Just about 2.5 hours from the opening bell, stock futures trending downward this morning. This comes after a really good day for NASDAQ. The index saw 200-point gain, snapping a 4-day losing streak.
The S&P gained 30 points while the Dow closed in the red. On September 1st, tens of millions of Americans will see interest resume on their federal student loans, with payments due the following month, marking the end of more than 3 years of forbearance.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar reports on how this could hurt savings accounts that are already dwindling.
The pandemic, with its stimulus checks and social restrictions keeping people inside, ushered in an era of record savings. That era is pretty much over. Americans accumulated $2.1 trillion in excess savings during the pandemic, according to the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco. But by June of this year, households held less than $190 billion of aggregate excess savings, and the rest is likely to be depleted during the third quarter of 2023. A lot of the spending of that savings is getting eaten up by high inflation, as overall prices are about 18% higher than they were before the pandemic, according to Labor Department data. And monthly expenses are about to get even higher for tens of millions of Americans who owe federal student loan debt. Before the Supreme Court struck down the president's forgiveness plan, many planned on having much or all of their debt forgiven.
I'm going to have to be probably paying loans back for the rest of my life. Probably I have to get another job.
According to TransUnion, during the payment pause, more than a third of consumers with student loans took out an auto loan. This at a time when auto loan and credit card delinquencies are on the rise, according to the New York Fed. Moody's Analytics predicts they'll keep rising as households are squeezed by high prices and interest rates, which could send a ripple throughout the economy.
I don't think what is dead ahead here over the next 12, 18 months is going to feel anything like a soft landing. I think it's going to be very uncomfortable, but I call it a slow session, not a recession, but an economy that's not going anywhere fast.
Economists closely watching to see how much pressure the average consumer can withstand. In Washington, I'm Atra Al-Nashar reporting.
Wealthy people looking for a mortgage are no longer finding special terms and more favorable mortgage rates.
Now, jumbo mortgages have typically been viewed as a low-risk way to attract wealthy customers. But the Wall Street Journal says since the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank, lenders are not offering those deals.
Rates on jumbo mortgages can be even higher than conventional home loans. Mortgage borrowers across the board are facing higher rates.
The average rate on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage shot above 7% last week. The going rate for a jumbo loan was 7.44% Friday.
You can get Fox 45 News in a flash through your Amazon Alexa or Echo. We now deliver your local headlines and forecasts in less than 2 minutes. If you have an Amazon device, tell it to enable Fox 45 Baltimore.
Your house is on fire! Get out! Your house is on fire! Your house is on fire. Get out. Really? Yeah.
An Ohio police officer was in the right place at the right time when he managed to help save a family from a house fire, and it was all caught on camera.
Body camera footage showing Officer Kevin Bring approaching the window of a home where he spotted flames from the outside. He quickly jumped into action, grabbing the water hose you saw there, trying to put out the fire.
According to police, the homeowners were using a fire pit on their deck, and they thought they'd put it out. Luckily, no one was hurt.
Nothing is being done. And as a result of nothing is being done, we're burying children and we're burying people who children are killing.
Questions swirling about the juvenile justice monitoring system. Fox 45 News examining how the Brooklyn Day mass shooting suspect possibly slipped through the cracks while under DJS supervision.
And juvenile crime continues to be a major concern across the city and state. Just ahead, we press the mayor for the changes he believes are needed.
Mugging is sticking around for now, but we're going to see that drier air move right in as we get into your Tuesday. We'll break it down for you coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, August 22nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers. A few more days, kids back in school for some. Others, you got a couple more weeks, but we've got a fair in between there, too.
A lot going on to end summer. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's looking at our end of summer forecast.
That's exactly right. And the boys of summer are back tonight. The Orioles, your first place Orioles, back at home for a 9-game home stretch. So we love having the O's in town, checking out all those great games and all the fun things happening this weekend at Camden Yards, which we'll talk about the next couple of hours. Our Towson cam right now, yeah, it looks a little kind of muggy and hazy out there. That's just kind of left over from what we saw yesterday. Those temperatures really haven't come down too much. Look at our wind speeds, about 7 to 10 miles an hour. So a little bit of a northerly wind is going to help to kind of flush out that moisture and bring in some drier air. We'll keep the mid-70s going for the next couple of hours on your morning drive. So maybe still needing the AC this morning. Topping out at 85 today. That's about 7 degrees cooler than yesterday, and it will be breezy as well with the drier air in place. That's going to be the biggest thing that you'll notice this afternoon. We'll talk a little bit more about that, and we'll track our next chance for rain showers and storms coming up in just a few. How we doing on the roads, Tom?
Looking great. Lens Solar Traffic Network taking a look at the traffic map where you see almost everybody in the green. A little bit of slowdown, 795 on the outer loop going towards 70. That's about it, but no incidents or any major delays to report at this time.
This morning in a city in crisis, Fox 45 News is pushing lawmakers on how they're holding violent teens accountable.
Now, this comes as we are learning a judge denies bail for an 18-year-old charged in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting.
Tristan Jackson faces more than 50 charges, including 7 counts of attempted first-degree murder. Jackson managed to escape supervision the day of this city's largest mass shooting, eventually turning up on the other side of town. This morning, we have live team coverage on juvenile accountability concerns. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us live with how Fox 45 is pressing Mayor Brandon Scott on his demands for more juvenile accountability at the state level.
We begin with Olivia Dan. She's live with the concerns surrounding the juvenile monitoring system after the 18-year-old's arrest in connection with Baltimore's violent mass shooting. Olivia?
Well, Tom, court records show that Tristan Jackson was wearing an ankle bracelet and was being supervised by the Department of Juvenile Services. Their building just behind me here on the night of the Brooklyn mass shooting. The department, though, now struggling to explain how the teen escaped supervision, and the terms of his supervision are still unclear. But defense attorney Roya Hanna says if a defendant under supervision steps out of bounds, those monitoring the program use discretion over what move to make next.
A lot of times monitors will give people, especially juveniles, multiple chances to come into compliance and to report. When a violation is reported, either somebody has gone out of bounds, they've cut off their ankle monitor, they break curfew, it sends an email or text alert to the monitor. That monitor is then supposed to call the individual and see if there is a verifiable emergency.
Hannah says typically defendants are instructed to go home, and she says rarely are they penalized until the violation comes before a judge, and sometimes even that may never happen. We asked the Department of Juvenile Services to clarify what happened in this case, asking what were the terms of the suspect's GPS monitoring, what is the protocol if someone wearing an ankle monitor leaves their area of detention, and finally, who was responsible for monitoring the suspect on the night of the Brooklyn mass shooting. We're still waiting for an explanation, but of course, we'll keep pressing for answers. But in the meantime, the Baltimore Police Department says the investigation into the Brooklyn mass shooting is still ongoing. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
As the number of crimes involving juveniles continues to surge across the state, Fox 45 News is pressing Mayor Scott on how he intends to bolster his plan to address the youth crime crisis in the city. We continue our team coverage with Shannon Lilly. She's joining us live with the mayor's response. Shannon.
Well, the mayor says, Patrice, that a lot needs to change within the entire system, not just tougher sentences. In fact, take a listen to what he believes lawmakers should be focusing on now.
As I said, the system needs to be built from its entirety, right? I know that a lot of folks want to pigeonhole this into be about tougher sentences, but it's also about how about we do the basic things right. So the first thing that we're going to be asking is the stuff that we've already asked for. How about when someone's on home monitoring and they're not where they're supposed to be, local law enforcement and local partners should be able to effectuate getting those people, either if they're in violation of something else, like have a handgun or something like that, in the hands of the BPD.
So the mayor there is talking about a need to strengthen the state's home monitoring system when it comes to offenders. And it's something you'll remember that he pushed for last legislative session, and he says he's going to push for it again. And remember, Patrice, he will have an opportunity to bring up these concerns to lawmakers come next month when some of those lawmakers meet for a hearing to go over juvenile justice laws and whether or not they're contributing to this youth crime crisis.
Shannon, what can you tell us about the mayor and other city leaders making an announcement on new legislation introduced to city council?
So they introduced legislation, Tom, that would help support those who are coming home from prison. And essentially what this legislation would do is create an Office of Returning Citizens within the city to help advocate for these residents and help them with the reentry process. And the mayor firmly believes that this would help strengthen the city's reentry efforts, as well as potentially in the long run reduce overall crime as well. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, to address juvenile crime, state lawmakers will hold a hearing next month. It is not a special session, and it cannot be used to enact new laws or change existing ones. Governor Wes Moore tells Fox 45 News he will not be calling a special session.
And this brings us to our question of the day. Is the General Assembly responsible for the spike in juvenile crime? As you see on the bottom there, so far, 96% of those who have voted say yes. If you'd like to make your voice heard, head over to foxbaltimore.com.
We are taking a look now at the stories trending across the state this morning.
In Baltimore County, police reporting a surge in calls related to solicitors in residential neighborhoods.
They want to remind residents that solicitors in Baltimore must be licensed and are required to carry that license with them. However, the license does not give them the right to remain on your property after being told to leave. Also in Baltimore County, a teacher charged with sexual abuse will be detained until his federal trial.
Last week, federal prosecutors arresting and leveled sex abuse charges against Christopher Bendon. And he was a teacher at Gilman. That's a private all-boys school in Roland Park.
The federal charges add to state charges. Detectives believe there are multiple victims in the case.
In College Park, Red Cross helping nearly 100 people who were displaced following a 3-alarm fire. We brought this to you as breaking news yesterday morning. Fire started on an apartment balcony and then burned through the roof, impacting at least 20 units.
This was right near the IKEA along Route 1. 2 people have minor injuries. The cause of the fire is currently under investigation.
You can download the Fox 45 News app for your up-to-minute breaking news, weather, traffic conditions, anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store.
Turning now to Sports Unlimited, the Commanders waking up with a win over the Ravens in their preseason game last night. From the flock, Lamar Jackson and other big-name starters did not play, but the game was still a close one. The team switched off and on, taking the lead, but in the last seconds of the game, the Commanders took it 29-28. The Ravens are closing out their preseason games in Tampa Saturday against the Buccaneers. That kickoff is 7 p.m.
Free agent NFL linebacker and Gilman product Brandon Copeland announces he's retiring. 32-year-old playing for 6 teams across his 10-year career after going undrafted out of Penn in 2013. He landed on the Ravens and the Titans practice squads, first in 2013 and then in 2014, before going to the Lions for 2 seasons. His biggest seasons were with the Jets. He last played for his hometown Ravens, and this time he was on the active roster for 3 games just last season.
Well, now taking you live to Camden Yards as the Orioles are preparing for tonight's game against the Blue Jays. They still hold a 3-game lead over the Rays in the AL East. First pitch is at 7:05 p.m.
We want to give you a little reminder about Sunday night's game at Camden Yards. It's actually Sunday afternoon's game at 1:35. But before that, our very own meteorologist Justin Chambers will be throwing out the first pitch as the O's take on the Rockies. And as you can see, he's the one all the way over the furthest from the camera, the black T-shirt, catching the ball right there, practicing hard.
Usually I'm the one that's always, but that's my brother-in-law Kevin and his awesome son Cam. That's my godson and my nephew. Look at Cam right here. He's running up. He wanted to play. He has an arm. He's like 1.5, and the kid already has an arm better than me.
I think you're going to do great.
You will.
I've had weird dreams about it, but we had mom over yesterday. We had grandmom. We did some crabs, and then we had Kevin and me trying to toss the ball around with Danielle filming that. So it was it was family time. It was good.
I say blame the dreams on the crabs. It's not your game.
They were weird dreams too. I got lost in Camden Yards. I couldn't find how to get to the field, and then I threw it at a guy in the stands. And it's, oh my gosh. Okay, let's see what's going on this morning. Good afternoon. Good morning to you. It will be a good afternoon on Sunday. I'm excited for it. So our Towson cam right now. Still some of the hazy conditions out there. Look, it's going to be a lot nicer if you get out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. Mid 70s, mild, kind of muggy. But if you wait until the afternoon, we'll see drier air that'll be in place and actually cooler temperatures. So instead of those 90s, most of us will be in the low to mid 80s. We'll bottom out in the 60s tonight. So it actually will be a cooler morning tomorrow and then mid 80s for tomorrow afternoon as well. Now we do have some storms that we have to get through as we get later into the week, and that's right when the state fair starts to get going. So we'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Well, right now, UPS workers are voting on a tentative labor contract.
That's right. We want to get over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what it means for you and your packages.
Yeah,
Megan.
That's what everyone wants to know, guys, and we could get some answers very soon. The Teamsters Union tweeting this. They wrote just one day left. That's today. They say plans to conclude ballot counting could happen by mid-afternoon today, and this, guys, would be to ratify or reject a 5-year contract with UPS. Roughly 340,000 UPS Teamsters are voting on this tentative deal for a new contract that was agreed on by UPS and the Teamsters just a few weeks ago. By the time the contract ends, senior full-time drivers will earn approximately $170,000 a year in wages and in benefits. And guys, that would make them the highest paid in the country. Teamsters have estimated the value of the contract at $30 billion over the 5-year period. If ratified by the rank and file, the new contract would be retroactive to August 1st. Now, if they vote no, this could lead to one of the largest strikes in U.S. history with significant damage to the U.S. economy and the nation's supply chain.
I would imagine a lot of things wouldn't get delivered.
Well, the counting is expected to be completed around 3 o'clock this afternoon. Results announced sometime after that. We're going to keep you posted. One other thing I want to make you aware of, a California hospital power outage affecting the ICU unit. You can see all of the ambulances on scene. This is happening right now. A live look there as they are now trying to transport patients out of that dark hospital in California. Again, this just coming into our newsroom here, this live picture. We know it's an active scene there. We're going to try and get an update on this and let you know how that evacuation process is going as that hospital is now left in the dark in that IC unit. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. Here's a look at the stories making your headlines this hour. The clock ticking for State School Board to decide whether the superintendent will receive a new contract. Fox 45's Project Baltimore explains why his future is uncertain.
The investigation into Rachel Morin's murder now enters its 3rd week. How the Harford County Sheriff's Office is adding urgency to the search for the killer. 7:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 7:15 now. Project Baltimore continues to investigate text messages that were deleted by State School Superintendent Mohammed Choudhury. Watchdog groups say the messages are public record and deleting them has the appearance of a cover-up. Some are even saying that he should resign. Denisha Allen with the American Federation for Children and founder of Black Minds Matter joins us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks so much for having me on.
So your education is in, your background is in education, and your work now centers around making sure that Black students have a chance to excel in education. Let's talk about that. Tell me about your work.
Yeah, for sure. My name is Denisha Allen. I founded Black Minds Matter in 2020 after the country was canceling things left and right. After the murder of George Floyd, we saw that pancake and syrup was being canceled, but the dismal outcomes for African American students in this country in America's public schools were not being questioned. And that's when I founded Black Minds Matter to highlight the benefits of school choice and helping African American students succeed.
So when you see what's happening on a state level here, we're talking about low underperforming schools, hiding test scores once they've been exposed, deleted messages coming from the state superintendent. What are your thoughts about what you see going on?
You know, Project Baltimore has been one of the best places, unfortunately, to be uncovering the outcomes for students and just revealing things time after time again of the things that's happening in Baltimore. And now that we've discovered again that there's deleted messages, new emails that's been on threads from personal accounts. I worked for the U.S. Department of Education. I know that that is a no. You do not do that. And so it does beg the question, what's happening if state officials are willing to cover up personal emails and delete text messages and just avoid the questions that reporters are asking? It begs the question, what is actually happening in Baltimore City schools? Is there corruption?
So there are now calls for the state superintendent to resign. Should he?
You know, like I said, I worked for the U.S. Department of Education. You know the likelihood of what's able to happen if you're using personal email accounts, if you're not abiding by the laws with messages and with emails. You're not supposed to delete accounts. It belongs to the public. Unfortunately, that is the consequence for not abiding by the law. You know, I think that there's a deeper question that needs to be asked here. In Baltimore City, we're spending $22,000 per student. We are not having a clear record as to where that money is going. And that's why the watchdogs and people are questioning in the first place what's happening, because the kids are not graduating, learning how to read and do math. So I do feel like we need to ask more questions here. And this is just peeking the surface.
All right, Denisha Allen, thank you. We appreciate your time. 7:19, and it's time now to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's got some good news for us when you compare it with yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it was hot and sticky. It's August, and that's what we see around here. And we'll have more of that later this week. It's still a bit muggy out there right now, but we definitely have some cooler temperatures and the drier air. That's the big thing you're going to notice as you head toward the afternoon. Looking out over Camden Yards and back at it again tonight. Very excited to have the O's back in town for a 9-game home stretch. 75. Your current temperature at BWI Thurgood Marshall. And notice that north wind about 8 to 15 miles an hour. When you see some of the wind speeds here, this is that drier air that is slowly moving in. So only about 8 to 15 miles an hour, but a little bit more of that northerly wind will continue this morning, and that will continue the drying process. So even though our dew point temps are in the 60s right now, later this afternoon we expect them to be in the 50s, and that is in the green or the nice categories. We're drying out nicely, not only today, but for the next couple of days. There's Hank the Bird. Good morning, Hank. Yeah, thanks, Hank. 76 by 9 a.m., lower 80s by noontime, and we'll get into those low to mid 80s for that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. Some of you in the upper 70s and lower 80s, northern Baltimore County, Hereford zone over to Westminster. Westminster and Carroll County, right about 80 in Eldersburg. Perry Hall, White Marsh, you're in the lower 80s out through Catonsville and the eastern or western side of the Beltway. Also, those low 80s continue for Ellicott City and Columbia, down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Odenton at 83 for your high today. This is it. The last couple of days of summer for a lot of kids. Baltimore City and County, Hartford, Howard, and Arundel back at it in 6 days. That's when we'll get the bus stop forecast back. And then 2 weeks from today, Carroll County. So that's right after Labor Day. Same thing for you on the Eastern Shore with Queen Anne's and Talbot County back in 6 days, and Caroline, Cecil, Kent County 2 weeks from today. Here's a look at your O's cast as we take you back to the park tonight. The Blue Jays are in town, 79 for the first pitch, and then upper 70s. Should be a great night for baseball in Charm City. 3 night games in a row this week before the Rockies are in town this weekend. Here's our future scan. Staying dry today. Tomorrow we keep this ridge of high pressure. It's going to slide in from the north, but a little bit more cloud cover late on Wednesday afternoon. That's going to set us up for our next weather maker, this warm front moving in from the south, and that's going to bring the potential for some showers early Thursday, and then a few off and on showers, possibly a couple of thunderstorms into Thursday afternoon. Some of that could be left over into early Friday. And we know the state fair starts on Thursday at 5 p.m., so hopefully those storms will be out of here by then and not impacting us on Friday. But again, we do have that chance for some unsettled weather. Friday, we're right back to the hot and sticky weather, but as we head toward the weekend, those numbers do start to fall a little bit, and we're a bit drier as well. I got to work on my stretching, Tom. That one just kind of threw my back out a little bit.
I got some ibuprofen for you.
Oh, good. I need it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Taking a live look now at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network in northbound White Marsh up through, well, Joppa Road. This is what you're going to encounter. Very slow going here. There was a fender bender earlier, and that's what caused the major backup. Now that's open. Southbound lanes right near 152. The other camera there at Joppa Road showing a, well, it looks like they're trying to give you some tickets if you're heading there. So anytime you see those porta potties and a car sitting in front of it, yeah, slow down. So southbound lanes, you got tickets possibly getting hit too. So just be careful around the Joppa Road area. Is Scooter Braun getting his karma? The entertainment buzz surrounding Taylor Swift's former manager and why some say this could be the beginning of the end. 7:22, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 725 in the War of 1812, so important to Baltimore and Maryland's history, and Fort Howard Park is remembering its significance.
Mark Clark is live in Baltimore County with everything involved in this battle. Mark.
That's right. We are getting ready for Defenders Day, and here I feel like I'm back in time. I'm back in, what year would it be?
1814.
1814. What's your name?
Gordon Leary.
Gordon Leary. So it's 1814. We're here. We got a nice fire this morning. We're getting ready for some rabbit in the morning for breakfast.
Yes.
Will we have coffee? What will we be doing?
Well, we're actually going to have some tea today.
Okay, some tea.
You know, we didn't really drink coffee back in 1814. It was really tea.
Okay,
So,
really?
Yes.
Okay, and so tell us about Defenders Day.
Well, Defenders Day celebrates the Battle of North Point, which occurred on September 12th in 1814. And we're here to celebrate our ancestors that protected the city of Baltimore back at that time. It was mainly citizen soldiers that rose up to go against the British Army, which was the best army at the time in the world.
I love it.
And we were able to repulse the British Army and stop them from burning Baltimore.
And so we back here, you say we have a regular citizen.
Yeah, one of our citizen soldiers.
Citizen soldier, kind of stylish. I mean, I'm kind of, that looks like, is that Louis Vuitton?
Yeah.
No. And then you have on, you kind of have the Friar Tuck 1814 edition, kind of a.
So I'm representing the Asquith Sharpshooters, which was a sharpshooter unit within the city of Baltimore, all volunteers that helped defend the city. And we carried rifles versus muskets.
Wow.
So we were a little bit more accurate. We were like the special forces of the time.
Okay.
So,
well, we're here this morning, and again, I see why they called you guys sharpshooters, because you actually were sharp.
That's right.
And they can shoot.
Mark,
we're here this morning.
You gotta give us some warning about the guy behind you. I mean, we didn't think he was real until we saw him move.
He didn't move. I mean, he was still.
He's real. He's locked in. He's locked in and loaded.
He is.
He is. He startled us while we were listening to that story. So this is just a great thing to get out too. Awesome. Thanks, Mark. If you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Well, it's a warm day ahead. We can expect some rain, though, maybe before the weekend. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking that in his full weather authority forecast. Maryland State School Superintendent shrouded in controversy. A look at his future on the job and the major transparency concerns under his tenure. 7:28 is the time.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 7:31 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we need to find out exactly, if you are heading out to a park, maybe heading down to Howard County with Mark Clark, you need to find out exactly how to dress.
We've got Justin Chambers here.
Yes, I'm here. Good morning to both of you. Happy Tuesday as we take a look outside right now. Didn't know I could elicit that kind of response, but I don't think it's about me. Our Towson cam right now, we do have some clouds kind of hanging around, and the mugginess is hanging around too. Later today, we will see less of the cloud cover, drier air, and also cooler temperatures than what we saw yesterday. We're hanging on to some low and mid 70s for Cockeysville to Joppatown, Essex and Middle River at 72, Dundalk at 73, mid 70s in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. So that drier air is going to be moving in, and then those cooler afternoon temps will follow. So it should top out about 85 today, same number tomorrow, and even on Thursday, we keep the mid-80s around, but it starts to be a little bit muggier, and we have a better chance for some showers and storms as we head into Thursday and Friday as well. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few.
Thank you, Justin. Continuing coverage this morning, search is on for the man suspected of murdering 37-year-old Rachel Morin in Harford County.
Police discovered her body just off the Monpaw Trail in Bel Air more than 2 weeks ago, and now we're learning that a reward may soon be on the table to help find her suspected killer.
Harford County Sheriff's Department sending Fox 45 News an email just yesterday writing that it's a criminal investigations division is now working with the Metro Crime Stoppers on a reward. So as of now, though, there's no future details on what reward will be, when it will be announced, and how much. But it's all to help attract information leading to an arrest and conviction in this case. And at this point, it seems those tips may be crucial.
We don't have any clue where he could be. We don't even know if he's still in Harford County or in the state of Maryland.
Was Colonel William Davis on Thursday. We know since then, over the weekend alone, the Harford County Sheriff's Office has received about 175 more tips in this case. It comes after law enforcement shared this video late last week. DNA evidence links the murder suspect to this man captured on doorbell camera leaving the scene of a sexual assault and home invasion in Los Angeles back in March.
Anyone who recognizes him is asked to call the Harford County Sheriff's tip line. That number right there on the screen, 410-836-7788, or you can send them an email to rmtips@harfordsheriff.org.
The state school board is running out of time to make a decision. Will the current superintendent receive a new contract?
Right now, State Superintendent Mohammed Chaudhry is earning more than $300,000 a year to oversee the operation of Maryland public schools, which involves billions of your tax dollars.
And as Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, his future as superintendent is in doubt.
200 West Baltimore Street, the Nancy S. Grasmick State Education Building. Once a month, the Maryland State Board of Education meets in this building to make important decisions about the future of public education in our state. This week, the board is set to discuss who will lead the Maryland State Department of Education for the next 4 years. Mohammed Chaudhry has been the state superintendent since 2021. But over the last few months, a series of Project Baltimore investigations have raised serious concerns about his leadership. And as the board prepares to decide his fate, there are still many questions that remain unanswered. Unanswered question 1. Is the superintendent's state-issued cell phone still set to auto-delete text messages after 30 days? On April 10th, Project Baltimore filed a public records request for emails and text messages sent and received by the superintendent from January to March of this year. This was the time period when the state, without alerting the public, changed how it reports test scores at low-performing schools, which made far less information about those schools available to taxpayers and parents. When we filed that public records request, we learned 98 text messages from the time we requested were deleted off Superintendent Chaudhry's state-issued cell phone.
If someone willfully deletes a public record, it's a crime, and they can go to jail for up to 3 years. So it's a very serious violation of the law here in Maryland if that was done.
In a statement, the school board explained that the superintendent's phone was set to automatically delete text messages after just 30 days. But 12 of those text messages were not yet 30 days old when Project Baltimore requested to see them, which leads to unanswered question 2. Why were 12 text messages deleted after our public records request was filed on April 10th?
This needs to be investigated immediately as record concealment or destruction of the public record. So those records belong to the people.
According to state law, when a public records request is filed, the documents requested should be preserved. In this case, they were not.
The superintendent should consider resigning his position.
Chaudhry's contract expires in June of next year. If the school board offers him a new contract, it must be finalized by the end of September. But some have expressed concerns, including Governor Wes Moore, who appointed 5 of the 14 current board members. Project Baltimore sent an email to Governor Moore's office asking if he supports renewing Chaudhry's contract, given the most recent controversies. His office told us they are aware of Fox 45's reporting and are monitoring the situation.
I do not believe that this is the person that should be leading our state into the future.
Meanwhile, former employees are coming forward with their own concerns, including this whistleblower, who asked not to be identified for fear of retaliation.
As an MSDE employee, were you made aware that the superintendent had this second email?
No.
When Fox 45 filed our initial public records request, we learned the superintendent was using a secondary email account to conduct state business. At first, the email was redacted. But when Fox 45 challenged the legality of that redaction, MSDE removed the black. And we saw the superintendent was using a hidden email, Mohammed.Chaudhry725 at maryland.gov. Unanswered question 3. Is the state superintendent still using his secondary email account to conduct state business? In a statement, MSDE said Chaudhry used this email as a means of organization because his primary email address receives a myriad of messages from stakeholders every day.
It doesn't make sense. It seems like you're hiding something.
When the board discusses Chaudhry's contract, those discussions will likely take place in closed session, which are not open to the public. But by the end of the board meeting, we should have some idea as to what the board decided. We will keep you updated as we work to get answers. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
A teen under state supervision is now linked to Baltimore's mass shooting. Coming up next, we're pushing the Department of Juvenile Services for answers.
Drier today with temperatures in the 80s, but we can expect rain this weekend? Question mark, that one. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the potential ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast. 7:39, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
All right, we're going to see temperatures in the 80s this afternoon, but can we expect rain in time for the weekend? That's the question.
Yeah, especially not Sunday afternoon's game with the O's, because meteorologist / pitcher Justin Chambers joining us now on what we can expect for a wet weekend.
Yeah, no, not going to see a wet weekend. In fact, we'll see some showers and storms as we head into the weekend. That's going to be our next weather maker. But the big weather headline today is the fact that we're going to be quite a bit drier and actually cooler for our temperatures. So looking out over our Towson cam right now, still the mugginess that's kind of hanging around from what we saw yesterday. And our temperatures over the next couple of hours are going to continue to climb a little bit, but on your yard and gardening cast, we'll see those low to mid 80s as we take you later into the afternoon today, which is about average actually for this time of year. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. A major musician drops out of performing at Charm City Live just days before the event, who you can now expect to see perform this weekend at the free concert downtown.
A case of locally acquired malaria here in the state of Maryland. Coming up after the break, we speak with a doctor on what this means for you and your family and how you can protect your family. 7:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Maryland is now reporting its first positive case of locally acquired malaria in 40 years. State typically reporting around 200 travel-related malaria cases annually. And the Maryland Department of Health investigates each case for cause and risk, but this one is different. Joining us now with what this could mean for you and how to help protect your family, Dr. Miriam Laufer with the University of Maryland School of Medicine. Doctor, thank you so much for joining us.
Great to be here.
When we start talking about this one case, we hear about malaria and we say, oh, if you're going to be traveling abroad, you need to get some shots, kind of be careful, cognizant of malaria, so you do that. But this one happened in the U.S. Is that typical?
Well, we certainly see very few to no cases of malaria that were acquired within the United States without the history of having traveled to malaria endemic country. And I should say, the highest risk for any Marylander for getting malaria is still traveling to a country where there's a lot of malaria transmission. We have occasionally seen cases where malaria is transmitted within the United States. You know, in the 1800s, there was still a lot of malaria in the United States. It's an infection that is spread by the bite of an Anopheles mosquito. We have those mosquitoes here in the United States. So presumably every once in a while, a mosquito bites someone who happens to have malaria and is not sick, and then goes on to bite somebody else who then gets the infection from that infected mosquito.
So, I mean, this is, as you said, it's extremely rare for this to happen, but you still have the potential to get malaria. And there's some other mosquito-borne illnesses that are out there, too. But malaria is the one that is the main focus a lot of people are looking at. How do we protect ourselves? I mean, the very first thing you think about is, OK, we need to use DEET.
Yeah, so since malaria is spread by the bite of infected mosquitoes, you need to do all the things you need to do to prevent bites of mosquitoes. The mosquitoes that carry malaria tend to bite in the evening, nighttime, and early morning. So staying inside in areas that are either totally closed off or have screens, keeping your body covered with long sleeves and long pants, wearing DEET to prevent mosquito bites are all the things that you can do to protect yourself against potentially malaria-infected mosquitoes.
You work at the University of Maryland School of Medicine, and I know there's been a lot of studies and reports. Most recently, Dr. Lawrence also spoke with us on Fox 45 about a year ago, talking about a 3-part vaccination for malaria. How are all these studies going, and are we going to have a vaccine that's readily available in the U.S.?
So that's a great question. You know, malaria is still one of the leading causes of death of children, mostly in sub-Saharan Africa and other malaria-endemic countries. And we are working hard. And when I say we, I say the University of Maryland, as well as many places throughout the world, to try to develop a vaccine that can effectively protect those children against malaria and also protect people like us who either travel or have a low risk of malaria in our home countries. And we have a moderately effective vaccine that's available now, not in the United States, but it is designed for children in malaria-endemic countries. At the University of Maryland, we're working on a number of different platforms for developing a malaria vaccine, some of which are just being used first in human trials in the United States. Some of those include mRNA vaccines like the study that Dr. Lawrence is leading, which is a vaccine that's using a similar technology to the COVID vaccines. We use those first in humans to make sure they're safe. We check to see if they work through tests here in Baltimore. And then eventually we hope to use them in malaria-endemic countries to see if they really work when applied in the field.
Dr. Miriam Lawfer, thank you so much for giving us a little bit of your time and explaining the malaria case that was just reported here just recently. Friday is when it first came out, so thank you.
My pleasure.
Weather Authority forecast at 7:49 and looking down over the city this morning with the sun that is now up, but still mixed in with some cloud cover out there and still some of the mugginess that we're seeing at this time. That's kind of left over from yesterday's heat and humidity. So overall, that number is 64 degrees. That's the dew point temperature, while the air temperature at 75, humidity at 69%. So you still feel it when you make your way out. But notice what's happening with our dew point trend. Those dew point numbers going down into the pleasant category today and even comfortable category tomorrow. They're going to ramp right back up Thursday and Friday, and as we head toward the weekend with more of that heat and humidity to follow. So hanging out at the Hunt Valley Town Center next hour in the mid-70s, and we'll keep those temperatures into the lower 80s by about lunchtime today. Not bad for lunch outdoors. The later you get in the day, the nicer the conditions will be. In fact, we'll top out in those low to mid-80s for a lot of us throughout the region. Now, on our sprinkler cast, go ahead and get that watering done now or in the evening time. Don't water in the middle of the day. It's still summertime, and even though it's going to be cooler, get the watering done early or late, and also get the watering done because we don't have much rain on the way, not until we get into the later part of the work week. Low to mid 80s for a lot of us across central Maryland, Eastern Shore from Elkton and Chestertown down into Stevensville, right at 81 in Annapolis today, 85 in Baltimore City. And if you are heading down the ocean, mid to upper 70s over the next couple of days. Pretty nice beach conditions, and weather at the beach is not bad. Thursday, though, does bring a little bit of a fly into the ointment because we are going to see some showers that will move through. On your pilot cast, though, if you are going to fly today, looking at mainly VFR conditions, a little breezy at times, but that north wind should favor 3-3 over there at Martin and BWI. Here's a look at our future scan. You have that wind coming in from the afternoon, mainly drier conditions. Tomorrow, a little bit more cloud cover, but still on the drier side with our temperatures that stay near average. And then Thursday is our next weather maker. We actually get a warm front coming up from the south. That will help some showers and storms to develop from the northwest and moving into the region by Thursday morning. A few off and on showers, couple of storms into Thursday afternoon. And some of that's going to be left over at least for the first part of Friday, but the rest of the weekend is actually looking pretty nice. So 13 days until Labor Day. We're at 19 days until the Ravens opener on your holiday countdown. 7-day forecast. O's back at it tonight, mid-80s today, tomorrow, and into Thursday as well. That fair starts Thursday afternoon and then drying out for the weekend.
In your entertainment news, singer Ariana Grande is reportedly splitting ways with her manager, Scooter Braun.
Now, this comes after singer Demi Lovato also parted ways with the talent manager.
Lovato is currently looking for new management, according to multiple reports. Currently, Braun manages musicians Justin Bieber, Usher, Tori Kelly, among some others.
Think you know everything about Chipotle? I don't.
I don't either.
How your knowledge of the fast food chain could win you free burrito bowls. Burritos, bowls, chips, and guacamole.
I think I'm going to start studying. It's never too early to cheer on the O's. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, Chef Zori Coles from Miss Shirley's is joining us live to show us how to make a sweet breakfast treat with a little bit of Charm City pride.
Nothing makes me smile like Miss Shirley's.
You hear that coming in? Except for they bring in some coffee.
If they bring in coffee, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Time for a coffee break.
$7:56 and happening now. Some Facebook users have just days left to file a claim to get their share of a major settlement. Facebook agreed to pay $725 million to settle a lawsuit alleging social media companies shared your users' personal data without their permission. Anyone who had a Facebook account at one point from May 24th, 2007 through December 22nd, 2022 could be eligible for a payout. But you just have to have lived in the U.S. during the time period. Eligible Facebook users have until this Friday, August 25th, to file a claim.
Being a super fan of Chipotle may earn you free food. The company announced the return of its Chipotle IQ trivia game, where fans can win a buy one, get one offer if they earn a perfect score. Participants have unlimited chances to be one of the 25,000 winners through Thursday. Earning a perfect score will also put you in the running to win a $500 stainless steel gift card. Drier and cooler this afternoon as the humidity takes a break. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the next weather maker ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast.
Defenders Day at North Point, it goes down this Saturday. We'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Juvenile crime continues to be a major concern across the city and state. Just ahead, we press the mayor for the changes he thinks the city needs to see.
Starting off with cloud cover this morning and the mugginess, but will be drier as we head toward the afternoon and a bit cooler than yesterday. We'll talk about it.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, August 22nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Feeling pretty comfortable outside right now. Not too muggy.
We'll take it. Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at that forecast.
I beg to differ. I just walked around the building. It's a little sticky still.
Better than yesterday.
Yes, it is definitely better than yesterday, but later this afternoon will feel even nicer too. A lot less humid as we get into the afternoon today. And we still have some of the clouds that are, excuse me, hanging around right now. A little bit of that north wind is going to continue to clear these clouds out and bring in some drier air and cooler temperatures. But low to mid 70s for Cockeysville and Baltimore, right down to Brooklyn Park at 72, 73 Dundalk, Essex, Middle River. You're in the lower 70s today as well. So drier air is going to be moving in, and then our temperatures will be cooler as we head toward the afternoon. We're going to top out in the mid 80s basically for the next couple of days, even into Thursday, when we are bringing our next chance for some showers and storms to the region. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Justin, thank you. We've got your Len Stoller traffic network. Let's take a look here. We've got some of our live cameras popped up across the region and a little bit of volume picking up on the Beltway, but no major issues to report. This morning, in a city in crisis, Fox 45 News is pushing lawmakers on how they are holding teenagers accountable for crimes. And this comes as we are learning a judge has denied bail for the 18-year-old charged in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. He faces more than 50 charges, including 7 counts of attempted first-degree murder. The suspect managed to escape supervision the day of this city's largest mass shooting, eventually turning up on the other side of town.
With juvenile crime an ongoing problem across the state, Fox 45 News is pressing Mayor Brandon Scott on how he plans to address youth crime in the city. Shannon Lilly joining us live with the mayor's response. Shannon.
Well, the mayor tells us, Patrice and Megan, that a lot needs to change within the entire system, not just tougher sentences. Take a listen to what he believes lawmakers should focus on now.
As I said, the system needs to be built from its entirety, right? I know that a lot of folks want to pigeonhole this into be about tougher sentences, but it's also about how about we do the basic things right. So the first thing that we're going to be asking is the stuff that we've already asked for. How about when someone's on home monitoring and they're not where they're supposed to be, local law enforcement and local partners should be able to effectuate getting those people, either if they're in violation of something else, like have a handgun or something like that, in the hands of the BPD.
Well, the mayor there is talking about a need to strengthen the state's home monitoring system when it comes to offenders. And it's something that he's pushed for in the last legislative session. And he says he's going to push for it again. And remember, he will have a chance to bring these concerns to lawmakers come next month, Megan and Patrice, when those lawmakers, or some of them at least, meet for a hearing to go over juvenile justice laws and whether or not these laws are contributing to the problem.
Shannon, what can you tell us about an announcement about some new legislation that is being introduced to the City Council?
Yeah, so that announcement, Patrice, it was an introduction to legislation that is supposed to help prisoners in the returning home process. So essentially what this legislation would do is establish an Office of Returning Citizens within the city, and they would help coordinate services and offer support to those people as they re-enter back into society. And this is something that the mayor says is needed and would strengthen the city's overall re-entry efforts. He also believes it could help reduce crime overall in the city as well. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. To address juvenile crime, state lawmakers will hold a hearing next month. It is not a special session and cannot be used to enact new laws or change existing ones. Governor Wes Moore tells Fox 45 News he will not be calling a special session.
In our next half hour, Harford County officials are still searching for the man who they believe murdered Rachel Morin on the Monpla Trail. Why they're changing their mind and considering offering reward money now for information.
Huge contract vote underway right now for UPS workers. Coming up after the break, what it can mean for your deliveries.
Still muggy outside, but we will be drier as we head toward the afternoon. Back with your full forecast coming up. 8:07 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. And looking at our day today, even though we still have some of the muggy conditions around right now, we are expecting things to be quite a bit drier as we head toward the afternoon. Got to get some of this cloud cover out of here that is hanging around at this moment as we look into downtown. As you do head out the door, though, make sure you got the sunglasses with no need for the jacket or the umbrella on your out the door cast. You will need the umbrella as we get later into the week. That's when our next weather maker is going to roll in. But you'll get your sweat on your run or your jog here in the next couple of hours. Temps staying in the mid to upper 70s. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Right now, UPS workers, they're voting on a tentative labor contract.
Let's get over to Tom Rogers in our live center with what this means for you and your packages. Tom.
Yeah, in fact, we can get an answer soon. Teamsters Union putting this out, saying it plans to conclude ballot counting by mid-afternoon today to either ratify or reject a 5-year contract with UPS. Roughly 340,000 UPS Teamsters voting on this tentative deal that was agreed on by UPS and the Teamsters a few weeks ago. By the time the contract ends, senior full-time drivers could earn approximately $170,000 a year in wages and benefits. Teamsters have estimated the value of the contract at $30 billion over a 5-year period. If ratified by the rank and file, the new contract would be retroactive to August 1st. But if they vote no, it could lead to one of the largest strikes in U.S. history with significant damage to the U.S. economy and the nation's supply chain.
I would imagine a lot of things wouldn't get delivered.
Yeah, the counting is expected to be complete around 3 this afternoon with results announced shortly after.
Maryland State Superintendent is still waiting to receive a new contract. Coming up, Project Baltimore's Chris Papps weighs in on the controversy.
But first, an update on Baltimore Police's consent decree. Why a federal judge is urging city leaders to stay the course. 8:09 now on Fox 45 Morning News. A local An update now on Baltimore Police's consent decree. In its quarterly review last week, according to the Baltimore Banner, the federal judge overseeing efforts to reform the agency urged city leaders to, quote, stay the course, saying the agency has made progress. This morning, law enforcement expert Mari Richards is joining us live to weigh in. Mari, good morning.
Good morning, Megan.
We heard the judge talk about change, taking time. In your experience, what does that time look like? How long?
Well, I'd say right now, time is up. We've already had 6 years. If you look at what's going on, I'd say the only people that are benefiting from the consent decree right now are the monitors, the consultants, $8 million over 6 years. It's not helping the community. It's not helping the department. I think it's doing just the opposite.
Staffing issues were one of the things that was brought up as an issue that the city needs to address. How do you address that?
Well, BPD is short 700 officers, and that's mainly the result of very bad policies by Mayor Scott trying to replace cops with social workers, violence interrupters. It's absolutely the wrong way to go. That needs to be stopped and turned around.
One thing that they said that might actually have a conclusion here, too, a squeegee plan. Is that a sign that things are coming to a good conclusion here?
I really don't think so. Anytime you tell people that it's okay to break the law, actually, pay them, try to bribe them not to, it's the wrong way to go. People should be given expectations that their behavior is lawful, and that's what you want to encourage, not lawlessness. And many of Mayor Scott's programs are going in the wrong direction.
Is there anything, Mari, that you think is working here in Baltimore that is helping curb crime?
Well, I'd say the biggest change was the election of Ivan Bates. For 8 years, Marilyn Mosby really instigated a crime wave by not prosecuting many crimes and letting violent criminals off the hook. So that's a huge change. He's got a great partnership with Eric Barron, the U.S. attorney, and that's going to help make a difference.
All right. Mari, thanks for weighing in. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Megan.
Well, it's 8:15 now, and we need to get another check of the forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, ladies, and good morning to all of you on this Tuesday, getting you set for your Hump Day Eve and last couple of days for summer for a lot of kids. This upcoming weekend will be the final weekend of summer. Thank God the state fair is here so we can have something for the kids to do before they get back to classes next week. So our live cam here in Towson, we still have some of that cloud cover that's hanging around. Our dew point at 62 degrees. It's been dropping throughout the morning. The northeast wind about 11 to 15 miles an hour also has been picking up. So a bit breezy here this morning, and you can see some of that wind about 10 to 15 miles an hour, mainly from the north. As we go into the next couple of hours, that wind will stay with us here and getting us into overall a cooler afternoon. So jumping in the pool today, maybe the last couple of weeks for those pools to be open, upper 70s through 10 a.m., back to the mid 80s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Even with some of the cloud cover, and even though we're a bit cooler, you got to remember that UV index still in the very high category. We'll get a better sun angle as we get into September and October, so it won't be as extreme. But still in the summer months, you always have to make sure to have the sunblock on if you're going to be out time for any period or extended period of time. We're talking mid 80s for you out through Canton and Fells and downtown Baltimore. 85 in Dundalk today, 83 in Towson, 80 your temp in Eldersburg for you in Carroll County. Over to Harford and Cecil counties, a lot of upper 70s and even lower 80s for Rising Sun, Elkton, over through Aberdeen, up into APG, Perryman at 82 for your high this afternoon. Now, we would like to be here because look at all of the heat in the Central Plains. I mean, 100 degrees in Minneapolis today, 102 in Omaha, Nebraska, 105 in Dallas. They've got extreme heat warnings for the large portion of the country. And this is where that, what we call a heat dome is kind of setting up. So we're on the cooler side of that here, thankfully, for the next couple of days. Great weather at the O's game. If you're going to be heading out tonight, Camden Yards, 79 degrees for the first pitch. Blue Jays are in town for a 3-game set. And then the O's have the Rockies coming in from the NL West next, or this upcoming weekend. And then next week, the Chicago White Sox are here. So you got 3 different series and 9 games basically to check out your O's here at home before they go back on the road again. Here's our future scan taking you into Tuesday afternoon. We definitely will have the breezy conditions, but drying out nicely. Wednesday, that ridge of high pressure going to settle in just to the north of us. We'll get a few more clouds Wednesday afternoon, setting us up for our next weather maker. And you can see that guy rolling in early Thursday morning. Some showers, couple of off and on thunderstorms as we head into Thursday afternoon. So that's right when that state fair is going to be starting to get ready to be set up. So just be aware of that. And some leftover showers early Friday, but most of Friday afternoon and into Saturday, we're drying out nicely as we head toward the upcoming weekend. So here we go. 7-day forecast, 3 days in a row with the 80s, but the hot and humid day will be on Friday as those 90s return. Still hanging on to the upper 80s Saturday, but actually a little bit cooler for Sunday and Monday into next week. Patrice?
All right, Justin, looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. No major incidents or delays to report. That's the good news. Checking your drive times on the JFX right now will take you just about 9 minutes to get from the top of the JFX down to President Street.
Check your lottery tickets because you could be waking up a winner. A few lucky Marylanders taking home 6 figures. Over 200 years ago, Maryland's history was being made in the War of 1812.
Mark Clark is live at Fort Howard with how the Battle of North Point looked and felt. Mark.
Hey guys, so the year is 1814. The British are here. Ed Seifert, why did the British choose Baltimore? Why are they here? What's going on?
Well, next logical step after taking Washington. The city is full of goods and stores that haven't been able to be shipped out because of the blockade of the British have in the Chesapeake.
So, okay, so Washington was taken first?
Yes.
Wow. And so back then, was Baltimore a bigger prize than Washington?
Oh, much bigger prize. Washington was easier to take.
Wow. Interesting. Sounds like the nightlife now. And so what did they get when they arrived in Baltimore? What did they get, Ed, when they arrived here? Victory? Or were they defeated? What did we do in Baltimore? Did we stand up?
Stalemate.
Oh. Really?
Really.
Oh, man.
Actually, the British landed here at North Point Peninsula and made their way up to the city, and unfortunately along the way was this American force under General John Stricker who stopped them.
Okay,
Their goal upon landing was to march all the way and be in front of the defenses of the city in Baltimore by the evening of the 12th to coincide with the attack on Fort McHenry on the morning of the 13th. So their job, the British forces, their job was to attack the land defenses on the east side of the city.
Wow. But they were stopped.
Well, they never carried out with the attack because by the time they got in front of there, they realized that there was like 15,000 troops sitting there. No matter which way the British commander moved, he had forces in front of him or on his flank. He couldn't get any help from the Royal Navy because they were stymied themselves, not necessarily by Fort McHenry, but by the sunken ships that were in the harbor, preventing them from traveling further up the Patapsco.
And so Defenders Day, we could see the reenactment, we can see this activity, we can learn something. It's going to be a great time, right?
Yep.
So look at that. The Baltimore history, guys, is going down this Saturday. I mean, great information, right?
I had to Google where Fort Howard was. I wasn't sure where you were there, south of Edgemere there.
That's where I am. Look, right here. Right here.
And so that's where people can go to check it out on Defenders Day.
All right, sounds good. It's happening Saturday. If you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, the state school board running out of time to decide whether they will renew the superintendent's contract. Up next, Project Baltimore's Chris Papps joining us with more on why his future could be in doubt.
The search continues for the man suspected of murdering Rachel Morin just off the Mon Pa Trail in Bel Air. Just ahead, we're live with the potential reward that could soon be offered in this case.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Tuesday, August 22nd. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. You know, it is Tuesday, but coming up this Sunday, all eyes are focused on before the O's game at Camden Yards. I mean,
The Oriole bird?
Not even better than the Oriole bird. I mean, I know they're in first place. About even with the national anthem.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers.
No, the guy from McCormick is going to throw out the first pitch, and me. So there's two
Both
of
of
us.
you?
Yeah, two
At
of
the
us.
same time?
I didn't know
how it's gonna
that.
work. We'll see. We'll get into that.
So now you're in a competition.
Maybe.
Yes.
Let's take a look outside and see what's going on. If the practice today is going to be sticky or if it will be drier as we get later into the day. Our Towson cam, that sun is coming through right now, breaking up some of that cloud cover. And again, our humidity will continue to go down. So the drier air is coming in. Even though our temperatures have held steady throughout most of the morning statewide, even out in western Maryland, it's 70 in Cumberland, 69 Hagerstown, with lower 70s for Westminster and Bel Air. We're at 74 in Baltimore City and 75 in Annapolis right now. Temps will climb to the mid 70s next hour and eventually into the lower 80s by noontime today, on our way to the mid 80s for highs, not only today, but also tomorrow and Thursday. Today and tomorrow, real nice days outside. Thursday, that's when we have some more showers and potential thunderstorms moving back into the area. So we'll take a closer look at that in my future scan. We'll talk about it in just a little bit from right now. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your lens stoler traffic network and some of the Beltway cameras that we have around the area. A little bit of traffic in your normal areas, and it's starting to subside. You know, northbound 95, right in the White Marsh to Bel Air area, that's slow going. And then, of course, in the Parkville and Kearney area, it's slow going just because of the volume. The state school board is running out of time to make a decision. Will the current superintendent receive a new contract?
Right now, the state superintendent earns more than $300,000 a year to oversee the operation of Maryland public schools, which involves billions of your tax dollars.
And Project Baltimore's Chris Pabbs joining us live this morning with more on why his future as superintendent is now in doubt. Chris.
Yeah, good morning, Tom and Megan. Usually state school board meetings don't get a lot of press coverage, but the one today is going to be watched very closely by a lot of media because what's happening with Mohammed Chaudhry is something that I'm not sure Maryland has seen maybe ever. So we had Nancy Grasmick, who was the state superintendent of schools for 20 years. Then we had transitions into some other state superintendents, and Ms. Salmon was there for quite some time. But there wasn't really a lot of controversy, and now there is. About 6 months ago, Project Baltimore started reporting on some pretty significant transparency and accountability issues within the Maryland State Department of Education, overseen by current State Superintendent Mohammed Chaudhry. And we have seen text messages that have been deleted. We have seen emails that have been redacted. We have fought those emails and found that the superintendent is using hidden secondary email accounts to conduct state business. We have this issue now with these 98 text messages that were deleted because his phone was set to automatically delete text messages, his taxpayer-funded phone, after 30 days. And 12 of the text messages that we had requested were not 30 days old when we requested them. It appears they were deleted after our Public Information Act request. If that's the case, that is certainly a violation of state law. So there's a lot going on right now with the superintendent, and the school board, as you said, is going to have to make a decision. Are they going to offer him a 4-year extension onto his contract amidst all this controversy, or are they going to move on and try to find a different superintendent?
Is today the deadline, Chris, for the board to decide that?
It's not the deadline, but the deadline is coming pretty quickly. So the way that the rules work for the state school board is that by the end of September, if there is going to be a contract offered to the state superintendent, it's going to have to be on September 30th. Mohammed Chaudhry's contract ends on June 30th of 2024. So if the state board doesn't hire him or renew his contract, they're going to have to find somebody else to take that spot on July 1st. So that's why there's a lot of this lag time right now that they should be getting this done now. It was a lot of people thought that it would be done in the July meeting, but the board voted to continue deliberations, is what they're saying, to today. Well, what are they going to do today? They don't have to make a decision today, but that decision is coming very, very soon in the coming weeks. They could make a decision today. We don't exactly know what the board's going to do, but we're going to be watching. And the other thing is, a lot of this stuff that's going to happen today is going to happen in closed session. The public's not going to be able to see it, but we should be able to get some inkling of what the board decided to do later today in that closed session.
Chris, one more question for you then. Is the president, Clarence Crawford, is he the one that's in charge of the agenda to say, okay, we want to get this done now, or who's in charge of that? Is it just the board as general?
Well, there's 14 members of the board. This is kind of weedy, but there's 14 members of the board. Only 10 of them can vote on superintendent's contract because only 10 of them will be there in June of 2024 when his contract officially is going to have to end and a new one resume. So the way that the board works is only board members who are going to be there in June of 2024 can vote now. So of the 14, 10 of them are going to vote, and they're just going to have to come to a decision. Now, Crawford is the president, so he's the head of all of this, but eight of those 10 are going to have to side with Chaudhary to keep him on as superintendent. Does the superintendent have 8 votes from those 10 board members to begin contract negotiations and eventually approve a new contract with him? He needs 80% of those votes. And does he have it? I guess we're going to, eventually, we certainly will find out. Maybe we find out later today.
Maybe. Chris, we'll be watching. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Continuing coverage now this morning, the search is on for the man suspected of murdering 37-year-old Rachel Morin in Harford County.
Now, police were brought to her body just off the Monpaw Trail in Bel Air a little more than 2 weeks ago. And now we're learning a reward may soon be on the table to help find her suspected killer.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with an update on this. Shannon.
Yeah, on Friday, Megan and Tom, you'll remember that the Harford County Sheriff's Office told us they did not have a reward in this case, but we know money talks, and now there are conversations happening to change that. In fact, take a look at this email that they sent us right here regarding this. In it, they say that its Criminal Investigations Division is now working with Metro Crime Stoppers on a reward. As of now, though, there is no further details on when that reward announcement might come or just how much it'll be, but it's all to help attract information leading to an arrest and conviction in this case. And at this point, it seems those tips may be crucial.
We don't have any clue where he could be. We don't even know if he's still in Harford County or in the state of Maryland.
That was Colonel William Davis on Thursday. Now, we know since then, though, over the weekend alone, the Harford County Sheriff's Office has received about 175 more tips in this case. It comes after law enforcement shared this video late last week. DNA evidence links the murder suspect to this man captured on doorbell cam, leaving the scene of a sexual assault and home invasion in Los Angeles, and this was back in March. Now, while that suspect remains at large, we also reached out to the governor's office to see if the state will be offering any reward money in this case. We did get a response from the spokesperson saying that they cannot comment on this case as it's an ongoing investigation, but they do say that the governor is monitoring this tragedy closely and that he is confident that the perpetrator will be brought to justice. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. The police department will be without a permanent leader for several more weeks until acting police commissioner Richard Worley is confirmed.
Now, leading up to his confirmation, Worley and Mayor Brandon Scott, they're holding community town halls to get your feedback from residents. Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with details on how you can get involved. Olivia?
Well, Megan and Tom, the second in-person session is happening tonight at 6 at the Shake and Bake Family Fun Center. And this is an opportunity for the community to weigh in on the Baltimore Police Department, as well as what they're looking for with a new police commissioner. But at last week's session, residents raised several concerns. Take a listen.
How are corrupt, rogue police officers going to be handled?
We need more officers to actually live in the city to help pay some of these taxes that is all of us affected by.
Now, Now, at the last meeting, there were also concerns about crime in the city, as well as the investigation into the Brooklyn mass shooting. Acting Commissioner Richard Worley and Mayor Brandon Scott reassuring residents that their concerns are a top priority. And residents will have another chance to ask any questions or raise any concerns at tonight's meeting as well. Back to you.
Olivia, when will we see Acting Commissioner Worley officially confirmed?
Yeah, Tom. So Acting Commissioner Worley's confirmation hearing was originally scheduled for last week, but it got postponed. So the new confirmation hearing date is September 21st. But before then, there will still be a couple feedback sessions with the community. So residents will still have a few more chances to ask any more questions or raise any more concerns. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Maryland's Boost Scholarship Program is maxed out. Up next, we'll tell you why no new applicants are getting scholarships for private education this year.
Mild start to your morning, but will we be cooler and drier this afternoon? That's the big question. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has your full forecast, and that's coming up in just a little bit. 8:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Hi. 8:40 is your time right now. Looking out over 395, Charm City tanks there on the left, and the Patapsco River not looking too bad. Get a little bit more sunshine breaking through some of that cloud cover. So our mild morning actually will be a cooler afternoon temperature-wise, and we're going to have some drier air that's going to be moving in not only today but also tomorrow. So if you want to get some of that yard work done, my wife was out there pulling weeds yesterday. I was mowing the lawn, trying to battle with the what is it called? The weed eater thing? Got cuts all over myself. Anyway, our yard and gardening cast will see those mid-80s as we take you into the later part of the afternoon today. Good news is I don't have to do it today. But if you do, that's your temperature profile. Back to you.
Thank you, Justin. This school year, Maryland's Boost Scholarship Program is receiving a record high number of applications.
But due to extreme demand, most new students will not receive the scholarship funds that they need for private or parochial schools. Taylor Stewart explains why some families are being turned away. Taylor.
Well, look, you guys, this is the letter that most families are getting right now. This is after applying for the state scholarship program designed specifically for families on free and reduced lunch. It says there's not enough money for new applicants, with mainly returning students and their siblings getting a scholarship. Let's take a look here. Now, this year, the Boost Advisory Board received just over 7,000 applicants. That's up from 6,000 last year. At this point, 4,700 students were deemed eligible based on income and other factors. Around 2,400 of those applicants are renewals, though, students already in the program and already getting a scholarship. Their siblings on top of that will be given second priority.
A message saying that we got to make this a permanent program. We have to put more than $9 million in it annually. There's so many programs where public dollars are going for private uses. And this is students. This is the future of our state.
Now, the use of taxpayer dollars to fund private education for a handful of students is one of the concerns raised by Governor Westmore previously. The fact that Boost is even ongoing is because families from around the state went to Annapolis, pushed on lawmakers to try to keep this funding alive. That's something families will likely have to do again, according to Rabbi Sadween. That's the latest here. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. And along with school supplies, you might want to start preparing your kids for the school year financially. Up next, the National Desk's Dee Gatton has some advice on setting up digital payments for your kids.
Baltimore County Police reporting an uptick in door-to-door solicitors in residential neighborhoods. What you need to know to keep from getting scammed. 8:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. And aside from gearing up with school supplies, many families are getting their children financially prepared for the school year ahead.
The National Desk Dee Gatton has more on the trends that financial experts are watching, including parents sending their children digital payments and their advice for you.
I've done it, and many of you at home have probably paid this way too, using digital payment apps. A Morning Consult Visa survey fielded in late May explored how parents in the U.S. are sending money to their teens this summer. 74% agree that digital payments allow them to track how their child is spending the money they give them. 64% said it is more convenient to use digital payment methods than physical ones. While the survey said most parents are using cash to transfer money to their teenage children across occasions and needs, it added digital payment apps, including PayPal, Zelle, and Venmo are the second form of payment used by nearly a quarter of transactions between a parent and their teen child. Here's what financial experts want you to know before you do.
I would encourage some parents not to be in so much of a rush to go strictly digital, because you could be missing a big step for the child, whether they're a teen or a tween, of helping them understand just managing cash.
Especially if they're using something like Apple Pay and it's connected to a credit card that could have a higher credit limit. In some cases, even put some limits in place through establishing a lower credit limit, for example.
And in the event of an extreme weather event like we've had recently, for instance, financial experts say it's critical to have some cash on hand. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Dee Dee Gatton.
Remember, Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. You can scan the QR code right there on your screen to check out all of the stories we've posted so far, or go to foxbaltimore.com/back-to-school-HQ.
Somebody that's very excited to get all the graphics ready for back to school, especially the yellow bus.
Yeah, that time.
Yeah, well,
countdown is on.
Buses in the shop, getting all shined up.
Nice.
You know, armor all on the tires, new paint job.
You think they do that?
Did you get the cameras on the side of it too this year?
Yeah.
Besides the bus, the
Can
stop
make
sign
sure that
comes
everybody
out.
can see what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got a brand new bus. We're going to debut it on Monday morning.
Ooh.
Wow. The bus stop forecast.
Fancy.
So that's what we got going on.
Because it's the first day.
Yeah,
Some
first
kids
day
on
for
Monday.
a lot of kids. Yeah, a lot of counties throughout Maryland are going to be getting back at it on Monday of next week. So this is the last week of summer for some of those kids. Yeah, I know the first pitch. I'm excited about the first pitch on Sunday at the Orioles game. I've just had some weird dreams about it. It was really weird last night, like getting lost in Camden Yards and hitting a guy in the face in the stands. I hope that doesn't happen. So we just want to get it over the plate. Thank God my brother-in-law was there to help me, and my godson as well too, to help me practice yesterday. But more practice is on the way. I got coach tomorrow. We're going to head up to Yellow Bolt. We're going to try some stuff out there. And then on Friday, we'll do our last practice here at the station. Maybe an Oriole bird or a player will stop by. I don't know. All right, northeast wind about 11 to 15 miles an hour right now. That northeast wind bringing in the cooler and drier air. It's still in the mid-70s. Dew points are still in the 60s, but they were in the 70s this morning, and those dew point temps will keep coming down. In fact, we're going to get to the 50s for our dew points, which means nice conditions. That's the green right there as we are drying out nicely. That muggy meter for today. Good day to play some golf out there on your forecast. Next hour in the mid-70s, lower 80s through noontime. I'm hoping to shoot an 82 today when I play with British James and Graham, but we'll see what happens. I don't know if it will happen, but I'll let you know. Either way, 85 in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. This time of year, we typically are in the mid-80s, so some of us will be below average with lower 80s in the eastern shore across the northern areas, Westminster and Bel Air, Cockeysville at 81. We do have that UV index still in the extreme category, only 10 to 15 minutes. That's all it takes to get your burn on, so make sure to have that sunblock on and ready to go. And pilots, if you're flying today, a bit breezy at times, but at least we get a northerly wind, so that should help going down 3-3 over there at Martin State. And if you're heading out to the O's game tonight, great weather for a ball game here at Camden Yards as the O's are back in Charm City, Birdland, 3 games up on the Rays, but the Toronto Blue Jays, they're kind of nipping at the Rays' heels. So overall, it's a division matchup, and we've got to win the division games. And as Mom says, if you win all the series, you win the World Series. We hope that will happen this year. Mid-80s continue tomorrow and into Thursday, the first day of the State Fair. Yeah, that's coming this Thursday. So we will see the potential for some showers and thunderstorms on Thursday during the day and even into early Friday, but should dry out nicely for the weekend and especially for Sunday for that first pitch. All right, time to take a look at a view through your window. Look at this. This is Aristotle, the dog. So thank you very much, Trina, sending that picture in. We do appreciate it. And we'd love to see the view through your window, too. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or scan a picture of that, take a picture of that QR code on your screen.
Pretty cute. Well, topping your trending stories this morning, the Baltimore County Police Department has reported a surge in calls related to solicitors in residential neighborhoods. They want to remind residents that solicitors in Baltimore must be licensed and are required to carry that license with them. However, this license does not give them the right to remain on your property after being told to leave. There are also some signs that a solicitor may be questionable. Common scams include telling you they're selling books to support a children's hospital, a traveling baseball team, or cover airfare for a summer internship. For more tips, you can head to foxbaltimore.com.
Well, Cadet Martin Vanderwall of West Friendship has been selected as West Point's first captain 4 years after his brother Dane was selected for the top cadet position. This is only the second time in history siblings have been selected as first captain. There's a shot right there. It's great. The first time was in 1918. And Martin, a Truman and Stamps scholar, says that he's grateful for his team for pushing him to be the best version of himself. Congratulations.
If you've played the Maryland Lottery in the past week, make sure you check those tickets because you could be a winner. Players in Charlotte, Hall, Dundalk, and Frederick all won 6-digit prizes last week. And another 4 players in Berlin, Silver Spring, and Upper Marlboro won $50,000 each. Congratulations to all the winners. And if you're not a lottery winner, don't worry. We have a way that you can save some money.
Yeah, it's time to head out to the movies. In fact, this Sunday, August 27th, National Cinema Day. So go see Justin at Camden Yards, then go check out a movie because Cinemark is offering $4 movie tickets on every movie, $1 off any size popcorn, fountain drink, and candy.
Coming up in our next hour, one business is providing comfort to grieving families, how they're using teddy bears to help kids, parents, and healthcare workers.
Oh, and we're cooking up some Orioles, Oreos, pancakes. It'll look a lot better than this one right here, I promise you. So stick around for a bird's breakfast that you do not want to miss.
Then you're going to have to wash it down with something special.
Yeah, well, in fact, some nice coffee. It's time for a coffee break. 8:56 and topping your morning business report. If you've been out shopping for vehicles, well, you're finding low prices are becoming difficult to come by when you're out there on the market. A report by the Wall Street Journal says the number of new car models that are under $20,000 have decreased. Automakers raised prices during the pandemic due to low inventories and consumers having more money from their savings to spend. The report suggests that the high prices could soon be unsustainable if consumers choose to avoid buying those cars.
From the roads to the skies, American Airlines pilots approve a contract that includes a new pay raise. Their union, the Allied Pilots Association, says the new contract was approved by 73% of members who participated in the vote. The union says it is a step toward restoring wages and benefits for pilots. American Airlines says the new deal will help to expand pilot training and will allow career advancement opportunities for more pilots. Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Noki.
When it's hot out and you're headed out to work and you're going to leave the car out all day in the hot sun, you want to keep it cool on the inside because you don't want to get in the car and you or your children or your pets burn themselves. We've got just the thing. It fits into the glove compartment. It's called the umbrella shade. So you open it up and you raise it, and it's going to keep the sun out and keep your car cool all day. The inside of your car can get up to 43 degrees hotter than it is outside. Umbrella shade cuts that by 35 degrees. And then you know how when your car has that new car smell, if it gets really hot, it's releasing those toxins in the air, and that's not good for you. And I'm a Southern girl, and it's like hot 10 months out of the year, and I hate sitting in the car, and I burn myself. This is super easy. It fits in your glove compartment. Some of the other ones, you have to figure out where you're going to store them. That's not an issue with the umbrella shade. You just pop it into your glove compartment. And it's going to save and preserve the life of your car. No cracking on your leather. It's just going to make your car cooler and more comfortable. We all want that after a long day or even a short day. Right now, we're offering a great deal. It's an awesome deal. It's 25% off. Head over to asadeals.com.
We are taking you into the news right now on Good Day Baltimore.
It is 9 a.m. and here are today's top stories.
It's a colossal failure.
A teen under state supervision is now linked to Baltimore's mass shooting. Coming up next, we're pressing the Department of Juvenile Services for answers.
To be honest, I think it's one of the worst pieces of legislation I've ever read.
Juvenile crime continues to be a major concern across the city and state. Just ahead, we press the mayor for the changes he wants to see.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Tuesday, August 22nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with our forecast.
Yeah, good morning, ladies, and good morning to all of you. Good news is our dew point temperatures keep going down, and we still have some clouds hanging around right now, but as you look down the 395 from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam, everything looking good at this time. Wind is picking up a little bit and helping to bring some of those temperatures and dew point temps down. 69, actually, your number in Owings Mills and Cockeysville. So we're cooler now this morning than we were when we woke up, and we're in the lower 70s for Rosedale and Dundalk out through Essex and Middle River. Should be overall a nicer afternoon, less heat, less humidity, upper 70s and lower 80s through the middle part of the day. And we should top out right about 85 for our high, which will be about 7 degrees cooler than where we ended up yesterday. Sun up until 7:52. Those daylight hours are shrinking as we get closer to autumn. Your full forecast will do that in just a few minutes from right now.
This morning, in a city in crisis, Fox 45 News is pushing lawmakers on how they are holding violent teenagers accountable.
Now, this comes as we're learning a judge has denied bail for the 18-year-old charged in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. Tristan Jackson now faces more than 50 charges, including 7 counts of attempted first-degree murder. Jackson managed to escape supervision the day of the city's largest mass shooting, eventually turning up on the other side of town.
Well, this morning we have live team coverage on juvenile accountability concerns. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us live with how Fox 45 News is pressing Mayor Brandon Scott on his demands for more juvenile accountability at the state level.
But we begin with Olivia Dance. She is live with the concerns surrounding the juvenile monitoring system after the 18-year-old's arrest in connection to that mass shooting. Olivia?
Well, Patrice, court documents reveal that on the night of the Brooklyn mass shooting, Tristan Jackson was wearing an ankle bracelet and was being supervised by the Department of Juvenile Services, their office just across the street behind me here. The department, though, now struggling to explain how the teen escaped supervision. The terms of his supervision are still unclear, but defense attorney Roya Hanna says if a defendant under supervision steps out of bounds, those monitoring the program use discretion over what move to make next.
A lot of times monitors will give people, especially juveniles, multiple chances to come into compliance and to report. When a violation is reported, either somebody has gone out of bounds, they've cut off their ankle monitor, they break curfew, it sends an email or text alert to the monitor. That monitor is then supposed to call the individual and see if there is a verifiable emergency.
Now, Hannah says typically defendants are instructed to go home, and she says rarely are they penalized until the violation comes before a judge, and sometimes even that may never happen. We asked the Department of Juvenile Services to clarify what happened in this case, asking what were the terms of the suspect's GPS monitoring, what is the protocol if someone wearing an ankle monitor leaves their area of detention, and finally, who was responsible for monitoring the suspect on the night of the Brooklyn mass shooting. We're still waiting for an explanation, but of course we'll keep pressing for answers. In the meantime, the Baltimore Police Department says the investigation into the Brooklyn mass shooting is still ongoing. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
As the number of crimes involving juveniles continues to surge across the state, Fox 45 News is pressing Mayor Brandon Scott on how he intends to bolster his plan to address youth crime in the city. We continue our team coverage with Shannon Lilly. She is joining us live with the mayor's response. Shannon.
Well, the mayor, Patrice, tells us that a lot needs to change within the entire system, not just tougher sentences. Take a listen to what he believes lawmakers should be focusing on now.
As I said, the system needs to be built from its entirety, right? I know that a lot of folks want to pigeonhole this into be about tougher sentences, but it's also about how about we do the basic things right. So the first thing that we're going to be asking is the stuff that we've already asked for. How about when someone's on home monitoring and they're not where they're supposed to be, local law enforcement and local partners should be able to effectuate getting those people, either if they're in violation of something else, like have a handgun or something like that, in the hands of the BPD.
The mayor there is talking about a need to strengthen the state's home monitoring system when it comes to offenders. And it's something that he pushed for last legislative session, you'll remember, and he says he's going to push for it again. And remember, he'll have a chance to bring up these concerns to lawmakers come next month when some of those lawmakers meet for hearings, Megan and Patrice, where they will be talking about the state's juvenile justice laws and whether or not these laws are contributing to the problem.
Well, Shannon, the mayor and other city leaders made an announcement about some new legislation being introduced to city council. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so they made that announcement at City Hall yesterday, Patrice, where we were pressing the mayor about all of this. And in it, they announced new legislation that would support residents who are returning home from prison. And essentially, what this is going to do is establish the Office of Returning Citizens to help advocate for these people and help them re-enter society. The mayor believes the legislation will strengthen the city's overall re-entry efforts. He believes it's needed, and ultimately, he believes it will help reduce crime in the city as well. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. To address juvenile crime, state lawmakers will hold a hearing next month. It is not a special session and cannot be used to enact new laws or change existing ones. Governor Wes Moore tells Fox 45 News he will not be calling a special session. It brings us to our question of the day. Is the General Assembly responsible for the spike in juvenile crime? So far, looking at the responses here, you can see 95% of the people who have responded say yes. You can make your voice heard by going to foxbaltimore.com. This school year, Maryland's Boost Scholarship Program is receiving a record high number of applications.
But due to extreme demand, most new students won't receive the scholarship funds they need for private or parochial schools.
Taylor Stewart explains why some families are being turned away. Taylor.
Look, you guys, this is the letter most families are receiving right now after applying for the state scholarship program designed specifically for families on free and reduced lunch. It says there's not enough money for first-time applicants, with returning students and their siblings getting a shot at that funding. Now, the Boost Advisory Board says there were over 7,000 applicants. This is up from 6,000 last year. 4,700 students were deemed eligible for the scholarship. 2,400 of those applicants, though, are renewals, students who are already in the program and getting a scholarship.
A message saying that we got to make this a permanent program. We have to put more than $9 million in it annually. There's so many programs where public dollars are going for private uses. And this is students. This is the future of our state.
Now, the fact that Boost is even a scholarship and it's ongoing, it's only because families from around the state went to the Capitol and pushed lawmakers to keep funding alive. This was after threats to cut the program altogether. Governor Wes Moore wanted to divert private funding rather, not to private institutions. Now, Rabbi Sadwin says the signals show a desire to move out of public school and into alternative learning, and lawmakers should notice that. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. This morning, the debate stage is set for Republican presidential hopefuls to face off in Milwaukee tomorrow night, even though former President Trump confirmed that he would not be among them. It won't keep him out of the spotlight.
National correspondent Christine Frizzell is live on Capitol Hill, and she's got more on what's probably going to be a split screen moment tomorrow night, watching both things. Christine.
That's right, Megan and Patrice. So Donald Trump says he will turn himself in to law enforcement in Fulton County, Georgia on Thursday, which means all that media attention his rivals in the 2024 election had hoped for from tomorrow night's debate will probably be dimmed a little bit. Trump's attorneys did sign an order largely barring him from using social media to attack witnesses or co-defendants in the case, and his bond is set at $200,000. Still, most recent polls have him in a widening double-digit lead ahead of all those 8 other candidates who will be on stage Wednesday night. They are Ron DeSantis, Vivek Ramaswamy, Nikki Haley, Tim Scott, Chris Christie, Mike Pence, Doug Burgum, and Asa Hutchinson. Democrats, by the way, will also be at the debate. They vowed to respond in real time on social media and work to push their own messaging out to all the media that's already descended on Milwaukee. Expect to hear words like extreme MAGA agenda a lot in the coming days.
Christine, at the same time, President Biden back in Lake Tahoe this morning after spending yesterday in Maui. What were some of the big takeaways from that visit?
Yeah, you know, despite those pictures that we've all seen, having the president and first lady on the ground seems to have really hit home the extent of the devastation, which Biden called overwhelming. You've got communities like Lahaina, which were totally destroyed. Top officials there have now told the president some of the victims may never be identified. They're reporting more than 800 people are still missing, more than 100, of course, confirmed dead. Now, the president told residents the federal government was there to help. Most of the shelters are starting to really empty out as their residents are now staying in hotels paid for by the government. President Biden also vowing Maui would be rebuilt the way residents want, as fears mount that developers will use this opportunity to come in and buy up a lot of the land in this time of desperation. Megan, Patrice.
All right, Christine Frizzell, live from Washington. Thank you. The investigation into Rachel Morin's murder enters its 3rd week. Topping our next half hour, how the Harford County Sheriff's Office is adding urgency to the search for her killer.
Plus, the confirmation hearing date has once again been set for acting Baltimore Police Commissioner Richard Worley, where you can go today to have your voice heard. But before we head to break, a live look now at our Len Stoller Traffic Network. Taking a live look at some of our cameras across the Baltimore region. We've got light volume out there, seems to be moving along just fine. It's 9:10 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Right now, UPS workers are voting on a tentative labor contract.
Let's get over to Tom Rogers in our live center for you.
Yeah, that's right. What it means for you, the packages, and our supply chain. In fact, we should get an answer soon. Teamster Union putting this out says it plans to conclude ballot counting by mid-afternoon today to either ratify or reject a 5-year contract with UPS. Roughly 340,000 UPS Teamsters are voting on this tentative deal that was agreed upon, and the UPS and Teamsters, they did that a few weeks ago. By the time the contract ends, senior full-time drivers will be earning approximately $170,000 a year in wages and benefits. Teamsters have estimated that the value of the contract at $30 billion over the 5-year period. If ratified by the rank and file, the new contract would be retroactive as of August 1st. But if they vote no, that's disastrous. This could lead to one of the largest strikes in U.S. history with significant damage to our economy and the nation's supply chain. Remember that when the trucks were out and our supply chain issues we had just about 6 months ago.
I would imagine a lot of things wouldn't get delivered.
Yeah, the counting is expected to be completed about 3 o'clock this afternoon with the results announced shortly after. That's the latest from our live center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
All right, I'll take it from here, Tom. Thanks, buddy. Looking outside right now, right down the 395. We still have some of that cloud cover that's hanging around at this time. And overall, we will see some drier air that eventually is moving back in. In fact, all morning I've been watching these dew point temperatures drop. So that's what we're looking at here with your Sky Cam, our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. Charm looking good, and our temperatures are in the mid 70s at this time. North wind, however, has picked up about 14 to 20 miles an hour. So look at that dew point that has dropped now into the 50s. We started this morning with dew points in the 70s, so there's already that drier air that's working in, and we'll hang out in the 50s for Tuesday and Wednesday on your dew point trend. That's the drier air, more comfortable or pleasant conditions. And then Thursday and Friday, we're going to see the sticky conditions return with those dew point temperatures going up. Marco. 77, 10 a.m. in the Splash Cast. 85 by the 2 o'clock hour. Good day to hang by the pool. Why not? Do it before the summer is over. And by the way, got to get those sprinklers on here in the morning or in the evening time. We definitely will have that in the on position for your sprinkler cast because we're not really tracking much in the way of rain coming in from Mother Nature anytime real soon. A couple of days away from our next weather maker. Upper 70s and lower 80s across northern Baltimore County over to Cockeysville, 82 Perry Hall and White Marsh, 83 Towson, Lutherville and Timonium. Right about 80 in Eldersburg as well this afternoon. Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in those lower 80s. Ellicott City and Columbia over through Glen Burnie and Pasadena and down through Annapolis as well. And you can see those high temperatures up and down the 95 corridor, low to mid 80s for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C. You just go a little bit farther to the west and when you see some hotter temperatures. Central Plains cooking today with lots of triple-digit heat, so we will definitely take these 80s for sure. Just 32 days until the first day of autumn officially. Our autumnal equinox comes on a Saturday morning early, the 23rd of September. So meteorological autumn actually starts on Friday of next week. That's September 1st. We're getting right into Labor Day weekend. Can you believe that? All right, here's a look at your O's cast. First pitch tonight, 79 degrees. Should be a great night for baseball in Charm City as the O's are back for a 9-game home stretch. The Blue Jays up. Big divisional matchup. Look, we're 3 games up still in the AL East over the Rays. So any division game is tough, but the boys have been on fire. They did well over the last 3 games, and now we get to check them out at home. All right, here's our future scan. Taking you through the afternoon. Notice we do stay mainly sunny today. You'll see a few more clouds working in for tomorrow, but overall staying dry. We're not tracking the rain, not until we get to early Thursday morning. Watch what happens on our future scan right there. The next weather maker, it's going to start rolling in 6, 7 o'clock Thursday morning. Off and on showers, couple of pop-up thunderstorms as well through the middle part of the day. The State Fair gets going on Thursday at 5 p.m. Hopefully all these showers and storms will be done. And then as we head into Friday, a few leftover showers early, but most of Friday afternoon will also be drier, especially as we head into this upcoming weekend. We're just 13 days out from Labor Day. The Ravens home opener in 19 days. They had the preseason game last night, and then the real games start in just 19 days. Halloween exactly 10 weeks from today. You can see There he is. That's Barry Bones. He's just kind of hanging out doing his thing right there, right? So 70 days away. We've been talking about Halloween candy. We already have some at our house, so it's all good. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. We'll keep the 80s going through about Thursday. It's going to heat back up, and we'll see more humidity back on Friday. That's going to be the hottest day of the next 7, with temps back to the lower 90s and a couple of isolated thunderstorms. Then Saturday and Sunday, we do get a little bit cooler, and the long-range forecast is actually looking a little bit more on the below average side of things to wrap up the month of August.
9:18 now. A local nonprofit has been supporting Maryland families for years, including those dealing with loss as well as those in the healthcare industry. President Michelle Mullen and Vice President Sierra Mullen of Tucker's Teddies are joining us today to showcase what they've been doing and how you can help. Ladies, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, so tell me what is Tucker's Teddies?
Sure. So Tucker's Teddies was founded in 2018 after the loss of my grandson and Sierra's son, Tucker. Tucker was born perfect, just the most beautiful little boy you ever would see. And then at his 2-week checkup, they heard a murmur, sent us to cardiology at 4 weeks, and unfortunately, he was diagnosed with a rare form of cardiomyopathy called left ventricular noncompaction. There's no cure, so it's hoped that with medication and support that they'll do well. Unfortunately, when Tucker was about 2.5 months old, he progressively worsened, spent a good bit of time at Children's National in Washington, D.C., and would succumb to his condition.
That's a lot for any family to go through, but for you guys, it spurred you into action.
Yes.
That's where Tucker's Teddies came from?
Yeah.
What exactly do you all do now in memory of your Tucker?
So we actually went to a panel to talk to the staff at Children's National, and they just wanted some feedback of what was right, what was wrong. And one of the things that the other mothers had said was how hard it was walking out of the hospital empty-handed, where you just have to lay your baby down and leave and hope that they're in good hands. And my mom actually works at a hospital and was telling a story about how someone was given a teddy bear when they lost their child and how much support and comfort they got just from holding a teddy bear. And one of the doctors that we actually got really close with called us one day and said, I've talked to all of the units. We want to make the teddy bears happen, but it has to be Tucker's Teddies.
Oh my goodness. And so it was born from that. And you all have an event coming up in November to raise money to be able to continue doing this, because you provided for those families, for the nursing staff, for anybody who needs that. Tell me about the event real quick.
So in November, we have a benefit dance coming up. It'll be at Martin's West, and there's more information on our Facebook page and website. And we really need money to help support our cause, especially a big part of what we do is supporting the staff that care for these children. Sure. And then also supplying like memory materials for families that suffer loss.
And is the website Tucker's Teddies?
It's tuckersteddies.com.
All right. Well, ladies, thank you so much. This is an awesome thing that you all are doing. So make sure you check out their website.
Beautiful organization. Well, the Orioles.
Defenders Day at North Point is going down Saturday. We'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
The War of 1812 is still impacting and shaping Maryland's culture.
Mark Clark is live at Fort Howard with what they're showcasing in remembrance of the battle. Mark, good morning.
Good morning, guys. So back with Ed, and Ed, I'm curious. So were the British are coming? The British are coming. Was that something that was said here in Baltimore as they landed?
Oh, I'm sure they were. The British are definitely coming.
And so what are we looking at here at this map?
Well, this is the Battle of Patapsco Neck, or as locally known as the Battle of North Point. And what we have here is the positions of the troops approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the battle. And this is based on the after-action reports of both Colonel Brooks of the British and General Stricker of the Maryland troops.
And Ed, as you can see, we have obviously the Baltimore faction is much smaller than what the British have.
Approximately 3,200 men on the American side, and roughly 4,500 men on the British side.
Wow, but we stopped it though. I say we stopped it, right?
We stopped it here, but since the Americans left the field and went back to the fortifications in front of Baltimore, technically the British had the field.
Wait a minute, Ed. I think you might be biased, sir, in this outfit that you wear, sir.
What makes you think that?
So what can we expect Saturday?
I'll let this gentleman.
That's right.
How you doing?
Hello, sir.
So we're going to reenact the Battle of North Point. We're going to have British on one side, we're going to have the American forces on another side, and we're going to reenact basically what happened at this battle. So we'll see some musket fire, some rifle fire, some cannon fire, and really just show what the experience was like to everyone that comes.
Amazing. Also vendors, also there gonna be food too?
Oh, always food.
Always food.
Mark's
It's always food with me.
Always finding the food.
We're going to put information on our website, too, so you can get out there and enjoy it with Mark. FoxBaltimore.com/newslinks. Lots of history here.
Well, the countdown to the regular season for the Ravens just a few weeks away. In our next half hour, the league-leading streak that came to an end.
A cooler day ahead with less humidity. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking our next weather maker in his full Weather Authority forecast. 9:27, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
The search continues for the man suspected of murdering Rachel Morin just off the Morin Trail in Bel Air. Just ahead, we're live with the reward that could soon be offered in this case.
The Baltimore Police Department will soon have a new commissioner. Coming up next, find out how you can get involved in the process.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. This was a discussion in my family of how many crabs each person eats during a crab feast. We said 5 to 6 was a normal amount.
Because the time that it takes.
Yeah.
To do that.
I think that seems right.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, you said you had one.
I did have one yesterday, but I had a crab cake and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Okay,
and corn
that
and
counts.
yeah, and the salad and everything was really good. I like them, I just don't love them, but it's all good.
It's a lot of work.
We had our whole thing yesterday, so I'm officially a Marylander now. Grandmom and Mom and Kev and Dee and Camden were all over at our house last night doing crabs. Looking out over right now, our 395 shot. You can see the crabs right there on the left side of your screen. The Charm City tanks, the crabs at least on one of those. And overall, we still have some cloud cover kind of hanging around. That sun's trying to poke through. Our numbers have kind of maintained the 70s most of the morning. 71 in Bel Air, where it's 70 in Westminster and 74 in Baltimore City. If you are going to get some yard work and gardening done next couple of hours, you're good to go. Mid-80s as we head later into the afternoon. It actually will be a little bit drier later today. And we actually have a string of 80-degree temps here, at least for the next 3 days, even though on Thursday we are bringing back in that chance for more showers and a couple of thunderstorms. We'll take you through it hour by hour, let you know it's going to impact the beginning of the state fair coming up in a few minutes.
Continuing coverage this morning, the search is on for the man suspected of murdering 37-year-old Rachel Morin in Harford County.
Police were brought to her body just off the Morin Trail in Bel Air a little more than 2 weeks ago, and now we're learning that a reward may soon be on the table to help find her suspected killer.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live with an update in this. Shannon.
Yeah, on Friday, Megan and Patrice, you'll remember that the Harford County Sheriff's Office told us they did not have a reward in this case, but we know money talks, and now there are conversations happening to change that. In fact, take a look at what they sent us in an email just yesterday. They said that their Criminal Investigations Division is now working with Metro Crime Stoppers on a reward. As of now, though, there are no further details on when that reward announcement might come or just how much it'll be. But it's all to help attract information leading to an arrest and conviction in this case. And at this point, it seems those tips may be crucial.
We don't have any clue where he could be. We don't even know if he's still in Harford County or in the state of Maryland.
Now, that was Colonel William Davis on Thursday, and we know since then, over the weekend alone, the Harford County Sheriff's Office has received about 175 more tips in this case, and it all comes after law enforcement shared this video late last week. DNA evidence links the murder suspect to this man, captured on doorbell cam, leaving the scene of a sexual assault and home invasion in Los Angeles, and this was back in March. Now, while the suspect remains at large right now, we also reached out to the governor's office to find out if the state will be giving out any reward money for this case. We did receive a response from a spokesperson who says they cannot comment on this ongoing investigation, but they did say that the governor is closely monitoring the tragedy and is confident that the perpetrator will be brought to justice. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
So again, here's what we know about the suspect. He's believed to be 5'9", about 160 pounds. Police say he is of Hispanic descent, in his 20s. This surveillance video allegedly shows him after assaulting a young girl during a home invasion in Los Angeles back in March. Anyone who recognizes him should call the Harford County Sheriff's tip line at the number there on your screen, or you can send an email to rmtips@harfordsheriff.org.
Now in Baltimore City, the police department will be without a permanent leader for several more weeks until Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley is confirmed. Leading up to his confirmation, Worley and Mayor Brandon Scott are holding community town halls to get some feedback from residents. This morning, we have Olivia Dance joining us live now with details on how you can get involved. Olivia.
Well, Megan, the second in-person session is happening tonight at 6 at the Shake and Bake Family Fun Center. And this is an opportunity for the community to weigh in on the Baltimore Police Department, as well as what they're looking for with a new commissioner. But at last week's meeting, residents raised several concerns. Take a listen.
How are corrupt, rogue police officers going to be handled?
We need more officers to actually live in the city to help pay some of these taxes that is all of us are affected by.
At the last meeting, there were also concerns about crime in the city, as well as the investigation into the Brooklyn mass shooting. Acting Commissioner Richard Worley and Mayor Brandon Scott reassuring residents that their concerns are a top priority. And residents will have another chance to ask any questions or raise any concerns at tonight's meeting. Megan, back to you.
Olivia, when will we see Acting Commissioner Worley officially confirmed? Do we know that?
Yeah, Megan, we do. So actually, Worley's confirmation hearing was originally scheduled for last week, but it got postponed. So the new hearing date is now September 21st. But before then, there will still be a couple feedback sessions with the community. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. President Donald Trump says he will turn himself in Thursday for his fourth indictment.
Tom Rogers is at our live center now with what that means for the presidential candidate. Tom?
Yeah, that's right. And taking you live to the Fulton County Courthouse right here. The former president writing on Truth Social, he will turn himself in Thursday for the grand jury indictment of charges that he tried to change election results in Georgia. President Trump maintains he did nothing wrong. He'll need to pay a $200,000 bond after getting a mugshot and then fingerprinted again. He was charged last week alongside 18 of his allies. Trump and his co-defendants were given until this Friday to voluntarily surrender to authorities. And after one of his indictments, the former president's ratings have gone up after each one of those indictments. The last indictment seems to be the same, as media has been staked out at the Fulton County Courthouse and also at the jail here, too, in front of that for the last 2 days they set up. And that means they were setting up 6 days before his Friday deadline to surrender. Political analysts are pointing out that Trump is again stealing all the headlines from other GOP candidates and from President Biden, who still claims that he is running again. 9:37 is the time. You're watching Fox 45, and you're from the Live Center. Megan?
All right, Tom, thank you. You may want to double check your lottery tickets this morning because you could be waking up a big winner. A few Marylanders are taking home a 6-figure prize. That's coming up.
Partly cloudy skies with highs back in the 80s still to come. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the next chance of thunderstorms and when they could impact you. 9:30, ooh, 37. We'll be right back for that. first day of school is right around the corner, and to get prepared, Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. Just scan the QR code on the screen to check out all of the stories we've posted so far, or go to foxbaltimore.com/back-to-school-HQ.
And stay tuned for live interviews this week on various back-to-school topics. Tomorrow, we will speak with a doctor from Kennedy Krieger about the dangers of bed rotting and the impacts that screen time can have on your kids during the school year. Then on Friday, we'll be live with the Cecil County School Superintendent.
We are in for the best days of summer. Another year of the Maryland State Fair begins Thursday. I can't believe the fair is Thursday.
Since 1879, the fair has boasted delicious food, incredible rides. There's entertainment, animals galore.
All of the things that you love about the fair. The fair is going to run over the next 3 weekends and will conclude on September 10th. Fox 45 News will be there this Thursday morning. You can also catch our live Fun at the Fair Be More Lifestyle show at 11:30 on Thursday, and another Fun at the Fair show at 5 p.m. on the CW Baltimore. Well, what better way to get away from the heat this weekend than to enjoy your favorite movies on National Cinema Day? Coming up, how much it will cost you to go see some of your favorite movies.
But first, celebrate the Orioles each morning. Just ahead, a chef shows us how to make Orioles Oreo pancakes. It's 9:42. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
.44 is your time right now. It is Tuesday morning. Look at that sun breaking through here from some of the clouds out in our Towson area this morning. And overall, our numbers have actually gotten better. We started very muggy and mild, even warm earlier this morning. Things are cooling off just a little bit. Now we'll warm back up as we head later into the day, but our temperatures will be cooler than where we were yesterday. So 74 your current temp in Towson, but notice that north wind about 14 to 18 miles an hour, and the dew point temperatures that have now dropped into the 50s. So some of that cooler and drier air making things a little bit nicer. You can see that muggy meter staying in the green today, so we are drying out nicely as we'll keep those dew point temps in the 50s. There's Hank the Bird. Good morning, Hank. Ah, pancakes. What? Wow, he's excited for pancakes. Yeah, I think we all are. Right. This hour will be in the mid-70s, Hank, 82 by noontime, and your bird is the word cast in those low to mid-80s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. A lot of us are going to be in the 80s and slightly actually below average for you in the Eastern Shore. Chestertown down through Stevensville, Easton and Talbot County at 82 today. 81 for you, Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. Right about 80 in Westminster up in Carroll County. Woo! Look at the heat, though, in the Central Plains. Triple-digit heat all the way up to Minneapolis, Omaha, Nebraska at 102, 105 in Dallas. No thank you. Even mid-90s for St. Louis and Memphis and almost 100 in Nashville today. So we're actually on the cooler side of this big heat dome that is impacting hundreds of millions of Americans. Meanwhile, on your back-to-school cast, just 6 days left. Baltimore City and County, Harford, Howard, and Anne Arundel counties back at it next Monday. And 2 weeks from today, you go back to school in Carroll County. Same thing for you in Caroline, Cecil, and Kent County on the Eastern Shore, but only 6 days for Queen Anne's and Talbot County for your bus stop forecast. Here's that 7-day forecast. O's game tonight, 7:05 for that first pitch. We'll keep the 80s going for the next 3 days and getting that state fair started on Thursday afternoon. That's when we could see some showers and thunderstorms, so hopefully we'll try to keep that rain away for you. But we do dry out nicely for this upcoming weekend.
All right, Justin, thank you. Topping your Sports Unlimited news. The Commanders are waking up with a win over the Ravens in their preseason game last night, and the longest preseason win streak in the NFL is over. Coming into last night's game, the Ravens had won 24 straight preseason games. Washington took command, though. Let's go ahead and dive in here. Lamar Jackson, other big-name starters, they didn't play. They sat this out. The game was a close one. The team switching on and off, taking the lead. But in the last seconds of the game, the Commanders taking it. Final score 29-28. The Ravens are closing out their preseason games in Tampa on Saturday against the Buccaneers. Kickoff is at 7 p.m.
Free agent NFL linebacker and Gilman product Brandon Copeland announces he is retiring. The 32-year-old played for 6 teams across his 10-year career after going undrafted out of Penn in 2013. He landed on the Ravens and Titans practice squads first in 2013 and 14 before then going to the Lions for 2 seasons. His biggest seasons were with the Jets. He last played for his hometown Ravens for 3 games last season.
Well, despite the loss last night, fans still showing their support for the flock. Jessica sent us in this photo showing off her purple pride. Looking great. Thank you, Jessica, for sharing that one with us.
And this is Adrian and her daughter who sent us this photo from Dundalk. And even though it's preseason, they both look ready for regular season football. Thank you, Adrian, for sending in that photo. Well, calling all Ravens fans, we want to see your purple pride throughout this season. Just scan the QR code on your screen. That will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stekla.
Taking you live now to Camden Yards as the Orioles are preparing for tonight's game against the Blue Jays. They still hold a 3-game lead over the Rays in the AL East. First pitch, 7:05 tonight. Meanwhile, pretty good. Bookies.com has Henderson at -350 to be named American League Rookie of the Year. His teammate reliever, Danier Cano, long shot at +12,500. 6 Orioles have won that honor. Cal Ripken Jr., the last position player in 1982. Reliever Greg Olson was the last O's player to take it, and that was in 1989.
Trending now, if you've played the Maryland Lottery in the past week, make sure you check your tickets because you could be a winner. Players in Charlotte Hall, Dundalk, and Frederick all won 6-digit prizes last week. And another 4 players in Berlin, Silver Spring, and Upper Marlboro won $50,000 each. So congratulations to all the winners and check your tickets. And if you are one of those players, a good way to spend your money is at the movie theaters because August 27th is the 2nd annual National Cinema Day. Most theaters across the country offering tickets for only $4, including some right here in Maryland. The Cinema Foundation started the tradition as a way to say thank you to moviegoers. Last year, more than 8 million people went to the movies on that single day.
You know, we talked a little about the Orioles there. We want to go back to it because I don't know if you know, but our own meteorologist, Justin Chambers, guess what? He's throwing out the first pitch for the O's on Sunday, and we're getting excited about this.
Yeah, we are getting excited. We're all doing Orioles magic. We're feeling the O's magic, and we are talking pancakes. The celebration, corporate chef for Miss Shirley's It's Zuri Coles is here this morning. We're talking about the push for the playoffs pancakes. Zuri, good morning. Yes. We love all of your food. Everybody does at Miss Shirley's, but talk about your special Orioles pancake.
Yeah, super excited. We have some Oreos pancakes.
It's hard to say with an orange dollop.
To push for the playoffs.
Yeah.
So we have orange whipped cream here. We just did some Oreo cookie crumbles inside the pancakes and on top. And then we got some customized candies here that say Orioles, and they have the Orioles bird on them, and they're orange, black, and white.
So would this be a good pre-pitch meal for Justin on Sunday morning? Come in.
Maybe, yes.
Get this from Miss Shirley's?
No,
yes.
That's a good idea.
It's either you're going to eat it or I'm going to put that dollop right in your face. It just seems like the perfect thing.
Yeah.
And that's just fun to get the city involved.
And Miss Shirley said you guys have always stood behind me. You're a great local business. You've always stood behind the O's in our local community.
Yeah.
But that's a really good thing. Now, you've had it on the menu for a little bit. What's been the reaction that people have when they are eating it and ordering
excited. They're definitely excited. Kids love it when they come in, and it's just super fun to support the team, and we hope that they go really far.
In addition to celebrating the Orioles, you are continuing to celebrate Vegan Month as well, and that is what you're showcasing over here.
So yes, 2 of our items here are on our vegan menu it lasts until the end of August at all 3 of our locations, Roland Park, Inner Harbor, and in Annapolis. This is a vegan grilled cheese with roasted cauliflower and spinach. And this is a vegan veggie egg tower here with some vegan cheese.
Eggs. You did vegan eggs.
And vegan eggs.
Wow. What is that made out of?
So it is a soybean product that we buy. We use the Just eggs, and it's really actually pretty good.
All good stuff. And look, you guys won countless awards, but I want to point out, where is it? The brand new one, 2023 winner for Best Restaurant in Baltimore Magazine, Best Restaurants poll, the Readers poll. The Readers have spoken, as we know. I mean, we all love Miss Shirley's and the Orioles O's push for the playoffs pancakes.
I mean, when you have French toast the size of your head, I mean, you're going to win brunch. You just won.
Thank you.
Zuri, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. All right, 10-day forecast. We're going to talk about that and what we can expect for the O's game tonight and the O's games this weekend. It's all coming up.
That's your pregame meal right there, Justin. That's
I love
for
it.
you.
I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Get some sugar going.